We are resuming meeting number 70 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. We are continuing our clause-by-clause study of Bill S-245. When we left off, we were debating a sub-amendment to Amendment CPC 8. No member had the floor. We had Mr. Redekop and Mr. Mazur on the floor, so I will go to Mr. Redekop as he was on the speaking list. Mr. Redekop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just before we get going, I would wish to reopen debate on my previously adjourned motion on Indian students. And the motion reads that pursuant to Standing Order 1082, the committee conduct a study into news reports that international students admitted into Canada with valid study permits were issued fraudulent college acceptance letters by immigration consultants and are now facing deportation. And that this study undertake at least 3 meetings, that the committee invite the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship for 1 meeting, along with his departmental officials to testify, that the committee invite the Minister responsible for the Canada Border Services Agency for 1 meeting, along with his department officials to testify, that the committee invite affected international students and representatives from colleges and institutes Canada, and that the committee request that the Canada Border Services Agency temporarily suspend the deportation of affected international students until those selected as witnesses can testify before the committee. As I've said before, I have spoken with these students.
Sorry for interrupting. It's a dilatory motion, so you just have to bring it and we have to go into a vote.
Okay.
So I will ask the clerk to please take the vote on the motion by Mr. Redekop. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. El Khoury.
No.
Madame Kayabaga.
No.
Madame Lalonde.
No.
Mr. Kimich.
Yes.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Mr. Jennis.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Yes.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Oui.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 5, nays 6.
The motion is defeated. We are back on the sub-amendment on Amendment CPC 8. We will go for a vote on the sub-amendment. Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote on the sub-amendment.
Mr. Ali. Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. El Khoury.
No.
Madame Kayabaga.
No.
Madame Lalonde.
No.
Mr. Kimich.
Yes.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Mr. Jennis.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Yes.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
Amendment is defeated. So we are on Amendment CPC Amendment 8. Mr. Redekop.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think we spoke at length to this yesterday, and had a great time last night with all of us here. And so I don't think you want to hear all of that again. And some of us may want to hear, but some of us don't. So, and I just want to let you know that we have another amendment to do after this one is completed.
Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote. So we will be voting on CPC Amendment 8.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Against?
Monsieur El Khoury.
Contre.
Madame Kayabaga.
No.
Madame Lalonde.
No.
Mr. Kimich.
Yes.
Mr. Redekop.
Oui.
Mr. Jennis.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Yes.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC Amendment 8 is defeated. So yes, Mr. Kimich.
Madam Chair, so I move that Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. 24, subparagraph 6, where citizenship ceremonies are conducted virtually, they must A, be recorded for the purposes of confirming the oath of citizenship has been appropriately carried out, and B, be geolocated within the territory of Canada.
Point d'ordre, Madame la Présidente. Point d'ordre, Madame la Présidente.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I have the amendment, but the interpreter didn't have the amendment underhand, so she was unable to interpret it. And so those who are viewing us online, so she just received it then? Could it be reread then again?
Mr. Commish, to please read the amendment again.
Je vais le faire en français. Oui, je vais le faire en français, Madame la Présidente.
That Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. 24.6, where citizenship ceremonies are conducted virtually, they must A, be recorded for the purposes of confirming the oath of citizenship has been appropriately carried out. B, be geolocated within the territory of Canada.
Commit. So we have CPC Amendment 9 on the floor.
Can I just explain the logic of this?
Yes, Mr. Commit.
Very briefly, the logic is as follows. We know that certain citizens, like I had mentioned in a previous meeting, the order paper question that was signed off by the parliamentary secretary showed that there are indeed thousands of virtual ceremonies being held. This will be an amendment to the Act to ensure that when you do take it virtually, in those instances where it does happen, that you are geolocated to the country of Canada, that you're not overseas in another country when you take your oath of citizenship, and that we record those. I just think it'd be a good practice for IRCC to do more recordings and to keep them on file. That way they can confirm whether the oath of citizenship was taken. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further debate, we will go for a vote on CPC 9. Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote. We are voting on CPC Amendment 9.
Mr. Ali,
Against?
Mr. Dhaliwal,
Against.
Mr. El-Khoury,
No.
Madame Kayabaga,
Contre.
Madame Lalonde,
Contre.
Mr. Comich,
Yes.
Mr. Redekop,
Yes.
Mr. Jennis,
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner,
Yes.
Mr. Brunet-Duceppe,
Oui.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 5, nays 6.
CPC Amendment 9 is defeated. Mr. Redekop and then Mr. Comich. Mr. Comich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do have another amendment I'd like to move, and what I'll do after I'm done reading it in English, I'll read it in French as well. The Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Under Section 27, subparagraph 7, where citizenship ceremony has been scheduled, comma, the department must provide the person with at least 7 days' notice prior to the date of the ceremony. Et maintenant en français, que le projet de loi est...
That S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. 24.7, when a citizenship ceremony is planned, comma, the department will give the person prior notice of 7 days before the ceremony.
Can I...
We have CPC Amendment 10 on the floor.
Can
Yes,
I explain
Mr. Kimmich.
the logic of this one? So this one is pretty simple. After hearing some of the debate at the table about persons having difficulty perhaps planning ahead of time, I did take the liberty, though, of looking up what other countries do. So right now, we could make it mandatory for at least a 7 days notice for a person when they have a citizenship ceremony scheduled. In the United Kingdom, citizenship ceremonies have to happen within 3 months of receiving an invitation. So there's actually quite a bit more notice being provided. And in New Zealand, there's 4 weeks notice before the ceremony. So it's not unusual for countries to provide a notice period by which the department must inform the person that they are now eligible to take their oath of citizenship, and by which day they will get it on. And there's a notice period that gives people time to plan out, when they can reasonably be there. And if obviously there's needs to reschedule, they could probably take it up with the department. So that's the logic. It's just a kind of an easier method for upcoming new citizens to take an oath of citizenship, making sure that their timelines and their families can all be there. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Redekop?
Yeah, I just want to let you know that we will have another amendment after this one.
Thank you. Vote on CPC Amendment 10. I will ask the clerk to please take the vote on CPC Amendment 10.
Mr. Ali,
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal,
No.
Mr. El Khoury,
No.
Madame Kayabaga,
Contre.
Madame Lalonde,
Non.
Mr. Kimmich,
Yes.
Mr. Redekop,
Yes.
Mr. Jennis,
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner,
Yes.
Mr. Brunet-Duceppe,
Oui.
Ms. Kwan,
No.
yeas 5, nays 6.
The amendment is defeated. So the next is Mr. Kimmich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do have another amendment I'd like to propose, and this one is as follows. That Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following.
Point d'ordre, Madame la Présidente.
Point of order. The interpreter does not have the amendment.
The clerk is sending to the interpreters. So, Mr. Kimmich, if you just wait a second. It is being sent to the interpreters. Okay. Yes, Mr. Kimmich, if you can please start. The interpreters have it and the officials also have it. It has been sent to all the members through an email. So, Mr. Kimmich.
Okay, so I will begin with the English, and I'll read the French. That Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Section 24, subparagraph 8, where a citizenship ceremony has been scheduled for a person, comma, employers in a federally regulated industries must grant that person leave for 1 day to accommodate the ceremony. Et maintenant en français, que le projet de loi S245.
The English booth interpreter has not received it. She apologizes.
Du nouvel article suivant.
1 second, hold on for a second. Someone from the interpreter said that they have not received it. The English version has not been received by the interpreter. If you can send it. For the interpreters, have you received the English copy? It has been sent through email.
No, the English booth has not received it.
Donc, la raison, Madame la Présidente,
The reason for this is that staff interpreters did receive the email, but in the English booth we have a freelance interpreter, and she is not allowed to receive confidential documents from the clerk. She will need to be issued a paper document.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I believe the bells are going.
Yes, I'm just having a look. It's a 30-minute spell.
Yes.
The bells have started ringing. The vote has been called. Do I have the unanimous consent to continue?
No.
We don't have the unanimous consent, so
Madam Chair, just on a point of order, would there be unanimous consent to revert to the discussion of the motion on international students and discuss that during the bells?
I didn't get a unanimous consent.
Oh, it's being denied by the
I did
Liberals.
not get the unanimous
Okay.
consent to continue the meeting, so the meeting is suspended. We will come back after the vote. 11 on the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So
Mr. Kamich.
to continue on this particular amendment. So this is kind of based off what has been said at committee regarding citizenship ceremonies. I believe that citizenship ceremonies are important, like I've said before, and that we should offer an opportunity for employers, since we regulate federally regulated employers in the federal jurisdiction, to accommodate persons who are, going to the ceremony, that they should be provided 1 day of leave so they could do this. I mean, this would be a once-in-a-lifetime usage, so I don't think it's a lot to ask employers to do this. I will note that in the province of Manitoba, I mean, I'm surprised that my province hasn't done this, but Manitoba does. They offer 4 hours of unpaid leave for citizenship ceremonies, which is pretty impressive. I just think it should be a standard then that we offer for at least those that we can regulate, that we do in our jurisdiction, that we offer them a day of leave for citizenship ceremonies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Redekop.
Just wanted to let you know that we have another amendment after this one.
Okay. Seeing no further debate, we will vote for CPC Amendment 11. Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote. We are voting on CPC Amendment 11.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal. No. Monsieur El Khoury.
Contre.
Madame Karibaga.
Contre.
Madame Lalonde.
Contre.
Mr. Kamich.
Yes.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Mr. Jenis.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Brunet-Duceppe.
Oui.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 5, nays 6.
The amendment CPC 11 is defeated. Mr. Redekop. Mr. Kamich. Okay,
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Kamich.
So I will read Amendment 12 into the record. Et je vais commencer en français, Madame la Présidente.
And I will begin in English. That S245 be amended by adding, after the line 18, 1.4, the interpreter apologizes. She is not following the amendment. Would the member please identify which amendment he's referring to? Thank you very much. The interpreter regrets. She now has it. Yes. Could the MP begin again? So the interpreter would just like to point out that in the version she's received, the English refers to line 18 and the French to line 19. And that is because I expect the two versions in the original text are different. Excellent, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Once again, Amendment 12, that Bill S245 be amended by adding after the line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. 24.9. The Minister must disclose in advance to members of Parliament the location, time, and date of all citizenship ceremonies that will be attended by their constituents, either in person or virtual.
Madam Chair, that Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4 Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. it's paragraph 24, subparagraph 9. The minister must disclose in advance to members of parliament the location, time, and date of all citizenship ceremonies that will be attended by their constituents, either in person or virtual. And just the logic of this is simple. As parliamentarians, we should know when our constituents are becoming citizens of Canada. This is not done on a consistent basis. I know that in my riding, I do get an invitation often when there's a special occasion where it's being done, but this is not being done on a consistent basis. I remember one year when my pharmacist actually became a Canadian citizen, and I wasn't made aware of when this was going to happen. So it would be good, because sometimes some of these ceremonies, because of how large some of our cities are, there's people from different ridings being lumped together. And if all parliamentarians knew, we could make plans to attend. And I think as parliamentarians, we have a responsibility to be there and to participate in what is really a huge life milestone for many persons who are obtaining their citizenship. I know I have never had a citizenship ceremony in person that I regretted attending. They're all terrific to attend. And I'm hoping that we can find consensus at the table here that it should be a requirement to tell members of parliament when citizenship ceremonies are happening. We already get a list of new citizens. It's not too much to ask the department to send us a list of all citizenship ceremonies where our residents are going to take the oath of citizenship. It would just be one little extra step. That way we can make ourselves available to participate in this, and we could help the department make sure that there's good, strong showings at the citizenship ceremonies as well. Thank you.
Mr. Reddycop?
I will just mention that we have yet another petition after this one.
Okay.
Amendment, sorry.
Amendment. So we will go for a vote on CPC Amendment 12. Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote on CPC Amendment 12.
Mr. Ali,
Against?
Mr. Dhaliwal,
Against?
Mr. El Khoury, Madame Kayabaga,
Contre.
Madame Lalonde,
Contre.
Mr. Comich,
Yes.
Mr. Reddycop,
This is a great one, yes.
Mr. Jenis,
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner,
Yes.
Mr. Brunet-Duceppe,
Oui.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 5, nays 6.
The amendment is defeated. Mr. Reddycop. Mr. Comich.
Madam Chair, do you want me to start reading Amendment 13 from CPC? Or do you want just me to pause for a moment and maybe allow
Just
it
let
to be
me just
distributed?
check. Okay, let her just give a second, like it's being distributed to the officials, so we can begin after that. Chair, if you can please begin reading Amendment 13.
Yes, Madam Chair. Et comme je l'ai fait avant,
And just as I did previously, I'm going to read it in French first. This is Amendment 13, CPC, that Bill S-245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.49, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. 2410. A document of citizenship must be provided immediately upon completion of the oath of citizenship.
13 from the Conservatives, that Bill S-245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.49, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Section 24, subparagraph 10, a document of citizenship must be provided immediately upon completion of the oath of citizenship. So the logic of this amendment, since we're doing what I call a statutory review of the Citizenship Act, is at the citizenship ceremonies when you attend in person, actually when you attended virtually as well, the department has you cut your permanent residency card. So the PR card is cut. Oftentimes they ask them to cut visibly in front of these civil servants because you can't have a PR card and citizenship at the same time, obviously. But what happens then, they mail a document of citizenship, but they already know who's attended there, and they kind of check them off the list. So there's no reason why you couldn't have them just print off the document of citizenship. I personally would much rather that we do go back to the old way, and I won't fish out my citizenship card out of my pocket, but the old cards are much better. But this is a big document of citizenship. Now, the reason that one's so important is you need that to get your passport. You need that for your passport application. And so there's like a 30 days or however long it takes, depending on how remote you may live in a remote community, or if you live in an apartment block, they may not be every single day mail delivery, depending on how the contractors work with Canada Post. And so the logic of this is just do it at the ceremony. It's just a process issue, and just give it to the persons as they're there. Because citizenship ceremonies may take an hour or 2 or 3 to complete, I think the department has enough time to check off who is there, check them off digitally in the database, and then they could just print off the document at the location or have them ready to go. And whoever doesn't show up, the department can just bring it back to their offices. I think it's a huge process improvement for new Canadians.
Thank you, Mr. Kamich. We have CPC Amendment 13 on the floor. Mr. Reddycoff.
And we'll have another amendment after this one.
Okay, so we will go for a vote on CPC Amendment 13. Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote. CPC Amendment 13.
Mr. Ali,
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal,
No.
Mr. El Khoury,
No.
Madame Kayabaga. Madame Kayabaga? Vous êtes en sourdine. Madame Lalonde,
Non.
back to Ms. Kayabaga.
Indicate with your hand. Thumbs up. Okay, down.
Mr. Kamich,
4.
Mr. Redicott,
I agree with this.
Mr. Jenis,
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner,
Yes.
Mr. Brunet-Duceppe,
Oui.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 5, nays 6.
CPC Amendment 13 is defeated. Mr. Kamich.
So I have Amendment 14, and there will be Amendment 15 after this as well, Madam Chair. But I'll stop myself. Do you need time to distribute the French and English copies?
Yes, Mr. Kamich, just give a second. That the amendment is being distributed. Start reading CPC Amendment 14.
Oui, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And once again, I'll read it in French. This is Amendment CPC 14, that Bill S-245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. So this is 24.1, respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.1, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on enumerated days of significance. The minister or the department must take steps to offer alternative days in accordance with the respect and promotion of Canada's multicultural identity.
That Bill S-245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Part 6, Section 24.1, respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.1, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on enumerated days of significance. The minister or the department must take steps to offer alternative days in accordance with the respected promotion of Canada's multicultural identity.
Thank you, Mr. Kamich.
And I can explain the logic of this amendment
please.
again. So it's really in the title. It's respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. I think we'd all agree that there's very few people who would show up to a citizenship ceremony on Christmas Day or Saint Jean-Baptiste or on any other major holiday of the year. And there are many people who celebrate holidays that are not recognized right now in statute, which are not either directly referred to, or these holidays are on a different calendar, so they may be on a lunar calendar, or they may be, there's a Julian and Gregorian calendars in different Christian denominations, so it does sometimes move around in the year. And just like we shouldn't expect someone to come when it is their New Year's celebration, whether it is Rosh Hashanah or whether it is any one of the other, or Vasaki, that's an excellent one. We might just do one of those. You shouldn't expect them to come on their New Year's. They're going to be with family, and they should spend it with family, and the department should be mindful of it, as should the minister, and therefore they can work around those days. There's 365 days in a year. I don't think it's too much to ask the department to find days that work for new Canadians who are about to take the oath of citizenship, to not force them to do so on a date that is of significance to them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kamich. We will vote on CPC Amendment 14. Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote. CPC Amendment 14.
Mr. Ali,
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal,
No.
Mr. El Khoury,
No.
Madame Kayabaga, Madame Lalonde,
No.
Mr. Kamich, Mr. Kamich,
Yes.
Mr. Redekop,
Yes.
Mr. Jenis,
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner,
Yes.
Mr. Brunet-Duceppe,
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
The CPC Amendment 14 is defeated. Mr. Kamich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there is CPC 16 after this one.
15? This was 14.
Oh, we're on 15. So there's a 15 and then there's a 16 afterwards as well. So CPC 15. Unfortunately, if we had passed the previous one, Chair, then we wouldn't need this one now. But this is the amendment. Et Madame la Présidente, comme je l'ai fait avant.
Madam Chair, as I did previously, I'll read it first in French. This is Amendment CPC 15, that Bill S-245 be amended by adding, after line 18 on page 1, the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following: respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.11, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Simbang Gabi.
Just repeat this so it's clear. Amendment CPC 15, that Bill S-245 be amended by adding, after line 18 on page 1, the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following: respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.1, subparagraph 1, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Simbang Gabi. Simbang Gabi is a devotional 9-day series of masses attended by Filipino Catholics, usually celebrated during Advents from December 16th to the 24th, in preparation for Christmas Day. It's regarded as an important tradition to praise and worship God. This religious tradition encourages community development and camaraderie among parishioners through a common effort of prayer, celebration, fellowship, and charity, and is especially important to Filipino Catholics. Thank you, Chair.
So we will be voting on CPC Amendment 15. Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote. CPC Amendment 15.
Mr. Ali,
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal,
No.
Mr. El Khoury, Madame Kayabaga,
No.
Madame Lalonde,
No.
Mr. Kimmich,
Yes.
Mr. Redekop,
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner,
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence,
Yes.
Mr. Brunet-Duceppe,
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC Amendment 15 is defeated. Mr. Redekop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have another amendment I'd like to move, and I believe we have another one after this one as well. So I will move the following. New clause 1.4, that Bill S-245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1, the following new clause. 1.4, section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.1, paragraph 2, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Undas. And I'll just wait until everybody has it, and then I will
Yes.
continue.
That was the easiest thing for the staff to do for like 50 of them. This is just the numbers, so thank you. That's praise. I was just commenting outside.
Yes, it has been distributed. Mr. Redekop, if you can please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a Filipino holiday. They take this day to remember their deceased friends and family, and it allows them to celebrate those who have gone on before them. My friend Mike from Saskatoon told me of the importance of these Filipino holidays to maintain the unique Filipino culture. Interesting note, where did the name Undas come from? Well, Filipinos have a habit of shortening words to make them simpler. And this name is a short form of Dia de los Todos Santos, or Day of All Saints. So All Saints Day is what this is celebrating. And so, again, I think it's important that we recognize and are sensitive to the other cultures that are in our country. And so that's why I'm moving this amendment, and I would welcome everybody to support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Redekop has moved amendment number 16, CPC Amendment 16. So we will take the vote on CPC Amendment 16. Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote.
Mr. Ali,
Against?
Mr. Dhaliwal,
No.
Monsieur El Khoury, Madame Kayabaga,
No.
Madame Lalonde,
No.
Mr. Kimmich,
Yes.
Mr. Redekop,
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner,
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence,
Yes.
Monsieur Brunet-Duceppe,
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC Amendment 16 is defeated. Mr. Redekop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have another one to do, and there will be another one after this. Except I need this piece of paper here. Thank you.
Can you just give a second? This is being distributed.
I certainly can.
Comes Lunar New Year.
It just might be. Just might be. I certainly can. Okay, this is our Amendment 17, and there will be another one, Madam Chair. New Clause 1.4, that Bill S-245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1, the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.1, bracket 3, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled during the Lunar New Year. So again, this is very important, and there's 365 days in the calendar that we can schedule citizenship ceremonies. We want to make sure that we respect the different cultures and people in our country. We're a multicultural country. Lunar New Year is one of these days, and I have a note here from a friend of mine named Tang, and he said, we celebrate Lunar New Year because it is the first day of the new year, and everyone will come back home no matter where they are. They might work in another province or even in another country, but their families are expecting them to be reunited with them. And my friend William said the New Year is an important family reunion occasion, so those who are living or working far away would return home prior to the holiday. So you can see that if there was a citizenship ceremony scheduled on that day, people that celebrate Lunar New Year just simply wouldn't be there. So this is why I believe it's important that we respect that, and we of course want to encourage people to attend citizenship ceremonies. So let's reflect that in the way that we schedule. So that's why this is here.
Thank you, Mr. Redekop. We have CPC Amendment 17 on the floor. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote. Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote on CPC Amendment 17.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Contre.
Madame Kaibaga.
No.
Madame Lalonde.
No.
Mr. Kimich.
Yes.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Sorry, Mr. Perkins distracted me. Yes.
Mr. Lawrence.
Yes, that effect. Yes.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC Amendment 17 is defeated. Mr. Kamich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have CPC 18, followed by CPC 19 right afterwards. And I will, as I've done before, read it in French first.
This is being distributed so that everyone can have it. Mr. Kamich, you can please continue. The amendment has been distributed to all the members.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll begin in French, as I did previously. So, CPC Amendment 18, that Bill S-245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause, 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following: respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.14, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled during the Mid-Autumn Festival.
CPC 18, that Bill S-245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following: respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.1, subparagraph 4, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled during the Mid-Autumn Festival. This is a fairly important holiday. Mid-Autumn Festival is also called the Moon Festival or the Moon Cake Festival. And if you haven't had moon cake, Madam Chair, I highly, highly recommend it. I've had it many times before with my family. The festival is a celebration of the rice harvest and many fruits that go along with it. Ceremonies are held both to give thanks for the harvest and to encourage the harvest-giving light to return again in the coming year. It's also a reunion time for families, so families would be unable to attend should they have a family member who is about to take their oath of citizenship, and therefore it should not be scheduled on that day so they can spend time with family, and the citizenship ceremony should happen on a different day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We have the CPC Amendment 18 on the floor. Seeing no debate, further debate, we will go for a vote. So we will be voting on CPC Amendment 18. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali,
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal,
No.
Mr. El Khoury,
No.
Madame Kayabaga,
No.
Madame Lalonde,
No.
Mr. Kimich,
Yes.
Mr. Redekop,
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner,
Yes.
Mr. Perkins,
I'm all for mooncake, so yes.
Mr. Prunel-Duceppe,
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC Amendment 18 is defeated. Mr. Kimich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just giving you notice now, there is a CPC 20 after this. So CPC 19, should I wait till it's distributed?
Yes, just give a second. Which you can continue. The amendment CPC 19 has been distributed. Mr. Kamit.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin in French. CPC Amendment 19, that Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by the following. Respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.15, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Diwali Day.
Amendment CPC 19, that Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.1, subparagraph 5, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Diwali. So Diwali is the festival of lights. It's the most important holiday in the Hindu calendar. It symbolizes the spiritual victory of light over darkness, good over evil, and knowledge over ignorance. It's also celebrated by several other religions in India. And I thought I should note that. I think it's important that we not hold citizenship ceremony on those days because we have many, many residents of Canada becoming citizens who are faithful Hindus, and therefore we should make sure that we respect Diwali.
Thank you, Mr. Kamich. We have CPC Amendment 19. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote. Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote on CPC Amendment 19.
Mr. Ali,
Against?
Mr. Dhaliwal,
Against?
Mr. El Khoury,
No.
Madame Kayabaga,
Contre.
Madame Lalonde,
No.
Mr. Kimich,
Yes.
Mr. Redekop,
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner,
Yes.
Mr. Perkins,
Yes.
Mr. Prunel-Duceppe,
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC Amendment 19 is defeated. Mr. Kamich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, this is CPC 20, and I guess I'll wait till it's distributed. But there is a CPC 21 coming as well, so I'll give you notice. This could have all been avoided if we had just voted for that first one. Absolutely not. We are tempered and merciful on this side. If you just give me the sign, Chair, then I'll...
Mr. Dhaliwal, it cannot be 365 already. We don't have it on Christmas, Easter, Victoria Day, Labor Day. Okay, everyone has the copy. Mr. Kimich, if you can please proceed.
En français,
In French, Madame Chair, CPC Amendment 20. that Bill S-245 be amended by adding after the line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.16, Citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled during Navratri.
By adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. Section 24.1, subparagraph 6, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled during Navratri. With that being read in, Madam Chair, the logic of this one is again, Navratri is an annual Hindu festival in honor of the goddess Durga, spanning 9 nights. It is celebrated differently in India's various regions. For many people, it's a time of religious reflection and fasting, while for others, it's a time for dancing and feasting. And again, persons who have a citizenship ceremony on one of those days may not be able to attend for religious reasons, and therefore we should not be scheduling citizenship ceremonies during those days when a person would be unable to attend. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kamich. So we have CPC 20 on the floor. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote. Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote on CPC Amendment 20.
Mr. Ali. Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. El Khoury.
No.
Madame Kayabaga.
Contre.
Madame Lalonde.
Contre.
Mr. Kamich.
Yes.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Mr. Brunel-Duceppe.
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC Amendment 20 is defeated. Mr. Kamich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So CPC 21, I believe, is going to be distributed. I am giving notice also. There is a CPC 22 as well that is coming afterwards.
You can just give a second before you read. It's being distributed to all the members. CPC Amendment 21.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Donc,
Thank you very much, Chair. And just as I've done previously, I'll begin in French. That Bill S-245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.17, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Holi.
Amendment CPC 21, that Bill S-245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.1, subparagraph 7, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Holi. And the logic of this, again, similar to the other ones, Holi is a popular and significant Hindu festival, celebrated as the festival of colors and spring, and we should not be putting citizenship ceremonies on those special days for Hindus. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kamich. So we have CPC Amendment 21 on the floor. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote. We will be voting on CPC Amendment 21. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. El Khoury.
No.
Madame Kayabaga.
Contre.
Madame Lalonde.
Contre.
Mr. Kamich.
Of course, yes.
Mr. Redekop,
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner,
Yes.
Mr. Perkins,
Yes.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe,
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC Amendment 21 is defeated. Mr. Kamich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is CPC 22 is next, but I give notice there is CPC 23 after.
Okay, so if you can just give a second, it's being distributed. Ramadan. Of the CPC Amendment 22, please go ahead.
Donc, Madame la Présidente,
Madam Chair, as I've done previously, I'll begin with the French. This is CPC Amendment 22, that Bill S-245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by the following: respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.1.8, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Vaisakhi.
that Bill S-245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following: respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.1, subparagraph 8, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Vaisakhi. So Vaisakhi, Sikhs celebrate the inauguration of the Khalsa, gathering with their community in gurudwaras all around the country. Together they listen to kirtans, read sacred scriptures, and reflect on the timeless values of peace and charity. Vaisakhi is also coincides with the time of harvest in India, inspiring generosity and thankfulness for the many blessings we receive.
Thank you, Mr. Kamich. So we have CPC Amendment 22 on the floor. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote on CPC Amendment 22. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali,
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal,
No.
Mr. El Khoury,
No.
Madame Kayabaga,
No.
Madame Lalonde,
No.
Mr. Kamich, Mr. Kamich,
Yes.
Mr. Redekop,
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner,
Yes.
Mr. Perkins,
Yes.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe,
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC Amendment 22 is defeated. Mr. Redekop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got Amendment 23, and there will be a 24, possibly even a 25. Don't want to keep you on the edge of your seats, but I'll wait until it's distributed properly.
I'm like suspending it for 2-3 minutes. Everyone can go to the washroom. You can come and vote. I'll just suspend the meeting for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, so that everyone can take a little break. And I'm suspending the meeting for 2 minutes. So, well, as meeting is suspended, this is being distributed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Amendment 23, I'll just read it. New clause 1.4, that Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.19, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Guru Nanak Dev Ji's Gurupurab. So, in my Sikh communities and Sikh friends, Guru Nanak Dev Ji's Gurupurab is a very important person. It celebrates the birth of the first Sikh Guru and the founder of Sikhism, Guru Nanak. As part of these celebrations, Sikh gather to meditate, sing kirtans, and reflect on the core value of Sikhism and the teachings of Guru Nanak, such as to remember God constantly, to earn an honest livelihood, and to share their earnings with everyone through charity. And I think we've all experienced that as we've been to the various parades and celebrations. We all know that the Sikh people are very generous, and they're always feeding everybody who comes around, and it's their values and the way that their community acts out their faith. And so this is a very important day for them, and it's important, I think, for us to recognize that and make sure that we are not scheduling citizenship ceremonies on that day, as they have other important things that they need to attend to. So that is this amendment, and I would like to ask my colleagues to support this amendment.
Ms. Lalonde.
I want to say thank you to the member opposite for raising and bringing these amendments. What I see is definitely filibustering on the clause by clause, where lost Canadians have been and expressed through social media. And I know that the member, my colleague, Mrs. Kwan, did make a public statement on this. I think at this point it is very important that we realize that the department always have a consideration when it comes to citizenship ceremony. I'm very happy to see that the member opposite has finally recognized that we are having in-person ceremony, as we discuss many times. Donc, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair, as far as we're concerned, it is very important that there be a departmental commitment to discuss important issues with communities and matters of significance. Now, when I attend citizenship ceremonies, the community is very proud. During Citizenship Week, I attended some ceremonies, and there were people of many nations participating in this event. And for this reason, I think, Madam Chair, that at this time I cannot support this motion.
Thank you, Ms. Lalonde. Mr. Redekop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, since Ms. Lalonde raised this issue, I just wanted to be very clear. She raised the issue of the Indian students that we have talked about, and I just want to make it very clear to everybody that I have raised this issue 4 times, tried to bring it to this committee, tried to get this committee to look at that issue. Every single time, the Liberals and the NDP have voted against speaking to that issue.
Point of order, Madam
and so
Chair.
I just wanted everyone...
One second, Ms. Lalonde.
We are talking on an amendment about ceremony and oath ceremony.
Thank you, Ms. Lalonde. That is right. We are right now on CPC Amendment 23. So please direct all your questions on CPC Amendment 23. That's the right point of order where we are. Mr. Redekop,
Thank you,
if you
Madam Chair.
can keep your comments on CPC Amendment 23.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just note that Ms. Lalonde was speaking of that very issue. I just wanted to set the record straight on that it's not us that's slowing this down. Thank you.
Mr. Kimmich.
So just on the matter of this amendment, Amendment 23, we've passed more amendments at this meeting today than I think at any prior meeting, and I stand to be corrected, but I think we have. And we take every amendment seriously. We've been going through them during this process. And I think this amendment is worthy for consideration just on the merits of the individual amendment. We weren't able to submit new amendments at the time. As you will remember, Madam Chair, the opposite side voted down my proposal to have amendments brought in by May 15th. We're simply trying to get through each of our ideas and that they be given the same exact time all other amendments be given. I think this is a worthy one to do. Citizenship ceremonies are planned all the time throughout the year by the department. We can legislate. We're legislators. That's exactly what we're supposed to be doing at this table. And we can give direction to the department that they shall not do certain things a certain way, or that they shall do certain things a different way. That is the whole point of legislation. And that this is very simple. It's just directing them not to schedule citizenship ceremonies on a very specific day of significance to Sikhism. That's really all that we're asking to do. And we have not been prolonging the debate on any of the prior amendments today, bringing them to a vote expeditiously, making the points that we need to make on behalf of our constituents and supporters throughout the country that do believe that this is important. So I think Amendment 23, along with other amendments that we may have to bring forward, I'll note, there have been plenty of extra time allocated for the consideration of clause by you, Madam Chair, and there hasn't been time given for international students and their issues that are urgent, very urgent.
Sorry for interrupting, Mr. Kamich. I will request you to please keep your comments to CPC Amendment 23.
So back to CPC Amendment 23. We have other amendments we will continue to be proposing at table. This one is worthy of consideration. I hope all members will support it.
Thank you. Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for my first attendance at this meeting, although I have been an associate member of the committee since I was elected. I would just, on CPC 23, since it was raised by the government member, Ms. Lalonde, just say that we have not been having a great deal of discussion on this amendment or other amendments in order to have speedy consideration of these things. As some of the government members will know, I had the honor of sitting in the Finance Committee for 27 hours recently and talking for 18 of them. And we could start doing that here if we want, but I think in the nature of collegiality, I think the opposition members have been very generous in saying we're just introducing the amendment as we are in this, and not speaking in great detail, each one of us, to that amendment, which we could do. So if the government would like us to start doing that, they could keep questioning the validity of these things, and I'm sure we can find the time to speak more frequently to these amendments, all of us who have a right to speak here.
Thank you. Seeing no further debate, we will go for a vote on CPC Amendment 23. Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote on CPC Amendment 23.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. El Khoury.
No.
Madame Kayabaga.
I vote against.
Madame Lalonde.
No.
Mr. Kamich.
Yes.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Mr. Brunel-Duceppe.
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC Amendment 23 is defeated. Mr. Kamich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So CPC 24, giving you warning now, there is a CPC 25. I'll wait for it to be distributed.
Been distributed. You can please go ahead.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Donc,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as I've done previously, I'll read this in French. CPC Amendment 24, that Bill S-245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4 Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.110 Citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Bandi Chordavas.
S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following: respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. Section 24.1, subparagraph 10, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Bandi Chor Devas. So, Bandi Chor Devas 6 commemorate Guru Hargobind Sahib Ji for standing up for the freedom and human rights of others at the cost of his own, celebrating his release and that of 52 others that he ushered to freedom. Together we admire his inspiring endurance and compassion and honor the message of hope that he brought to all those suffering oppression. I think it's important that we ensure that citizenship ceremonies are not held on that day so that Sikhs across the country who are eligible to take an oath of citizenship not have to choose between taking the oath of citizenship and having to commemorate this great Guru.
Thank you. Mr. Kamich has moved an amendment, CPC 24. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote. We will be voting on CPC Amendment 24. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Contre.
Madame Kayabaga.
Contre.
Ms. Dillon.
Contre.
Mr. Kamich.
Yes.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC 24 is defeated. Mr. Redekop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have CPC Amendment 25 that's being distributed, and I'll just wait
If
for
you
that.
can please hold for 2 minutes so that.
Shafkat.
Sorry? Can you repeat that, please?
Mr. Redekop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is new clause 1.4. That Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following: respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.1, bracket 11, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on the first day of Ramadan. So as we all know, Ramadan is a 30-day festival celebration, and it's a very important time of the year, very important for the Muslim faith. And so that first day is always a very significant day as they begin the Ramadan. And I have just a couple of things I wanted to read. Fatima from my riding told me this. Ramadan, the 9th month of the Islamic calendar, is a time of spiritual rejuvenation when Muslims spend time reflecting on how to become the best they can be. The primary focus is fasting, which fosters self-control, mindfulness, gratitude, and feeding the soul. During this month, there is a renewal of intention to be more focused on acts of worship, with increased prayers, charitable deeds, and better overall conduct. It's also a time when families gather to share the iftar, or breaking of the fast together, traditionally with dates, as was the practice of the Prophet Muhammad. And those, I'm sure all of us have been to iftars. It's a wonderful, wonderful time when, for those of us who don't fast, it's actually not a good thing because we end up gaining weight during the whole period because the whole point is you have to fast to balance off the iftar. But I'm learning. I have done a little bit of fasting, and that's my goal, is to get better at that. Mubarak also sent me this, which I thought was very touching. He said, "My faith is one of the most important parts of my life. The religion of Islam is my identity, my hope, and my lifeline. I like to celebrate everything that has to do with my religion. For example, the month of Ramadan. It is one of the most important months on the Islamic calendar. It is a month of fasting with a lot of prayers, but with very less sleep and food. To me, it is like a physical and spiritual boot camp in which I try to enhance my spirituality, morality, and seek nearness to the God Almighty, not only for a month, but for the entire year until next Ramadan arrives. It also helps me physically to cleanse myself in many ways. And so I think this is a very important time for Muslims in Canada. And so that's why I believe the first day of Ramadan should be respected, and we should not schedule citizenship ceremonies on that day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Reddycop. So we have CPC Amendment 25. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote on CPC Amendment 25. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. El Khoury.
Contre.
Madame Kaybaga.
Non.
Ms. Dillon.
Contre.
Mr. Kimmich.
Yes.
Mr. Reddycop.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Mr. Brunel-Duceppe.
No.
You're giving me 5 at a
Ms.
time.
Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC Amendment 25 is defeated. Mr. Reddycop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have another amendment that number 26 that I'd like to distribute. I'll just give you a minute. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll read this one in new clause 1.4, that Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following: respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.1, bracket 12, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Eid al-Fitr. So again, for following on the last one, the month of Ramadan, the end of it is Eid al-Fitr, and that's one of the great days of celebration as well in that festival, particularly since that's the day that everybody puts out their very best food and their very best of everything. And again, for me, it's an exciting day to visit with families and eat way too much, and so it's a good thing. Mubarak said this about Eid al-Fitr: it's an annual celebration that is celebrated at the end of Ramadan. To me, it is a day of gratitude to the God Almighty for enabling me to successfully go through the month of Ramadan. It is a day of joy and happiness in which I like to go visit my family and friends, exchange gifts with them, have food during the day, and so on. Eid is particularly very exciting for children. They get gifts and mostly cash from elders. And Abbas told me that Eid al-Fitr is my favorite, is what he said. After the blessing of the month of Ramadan, when people are so pious, practice good deeds, and donate generously, we celebrate Eid at the end of the month as a reward. This festival brings people together, exchanges gifts and presents, meets and greets friends and family, and enjoys feasts and foods. And so this is something, again, that's a very, very significant day. In fact, in Saskatoon, I believe we had about 15,000 people come together for the Eid al-Fitr celebration, which is a large number for a city like Saskatoon. And much food was consumed on that day, I can say. So I just would encourage you to accept this amendment to the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddycop. So we have CPC Amendment 26 on the floor. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote. Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote on CPC Amendment 26.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. El Khoury.
Contre.
Madame Kaybaga.
Contre.
Madame Dillon. Mr. Kimmich.
Yes.
Mr. Reddycop.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins,
Yes.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe,
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC Amendment 26 is defeated. Mr. Reddy-Kopp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have Amendment 27 to be followed by 28, but I'll just let you distribute that one, and I'll speak when it's ready.
We will have to suspend the meeting for a few minutes. This amendment number 27 is being distributed. I'll just suspend the meeting for a few minutes and then we will come back. Okay, the meeting is suspended. It's for all, it's to get. Those who are virtual members should please on their cameras. What about Ms. Kayabaga? Okay, Mr. Shafkat is in. Okay. Okay, so we have CPC Amendment 27. Mr. Redekop, it has been distributed. You can please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. New clause 1.4, that Bill S245 be amended by adding, after line 18 on page 1, the following new clause. 1.4, section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.1, bracket 13. Citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Eid al-Adha. This is another very significant Muslim holiday. In fact, it's coming up very shortly here. Yeah. Oh, you're a comedian too. I appreciate that. I had a couple of things. A couple of constituents reach out to me. Mumtaz, he said this: Eid al-Adha, also known as the Festival of Sacrifice, is celebrated to commemorate the story of Prophet Abraham's willingness to sacrifice his son as an act of obedience to God. Muslims who can afford it perform the ritual of sacrificing an animal, and the meat is then distributed to the needy and shared with family and friends. This festival is also a time for family gatherings, feasting, and charitable acts. And Sharif, he said, Eid al-Adha teaches us sacrifice. We share food with the elderly, poor, and people in need. It reminds us of our submission to Allah. So this is a very significant day, and as with the others, I think it's very important that the department recognize these days and avoid scheduling citizenship ceremonies on these days, and so I would ask for my colleagues' support on this. Thank you.
Seeing no further debate on this, we have CPC Amendment 27. We will go for a vote on CPC Amendment 27. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. El Khoury. No. Mr. Miao.
Against?
Mr. Dillon. Miss Dillon.
Against.
Mr. Kmitch.
Yes.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Mr. Brunel-Duceppe.
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC Amendment 27 is defeated. Mr. Redekop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have Amendment 28. If you can have it sent around, I will be willing to speak to it.
A minute, so that it can be distributed to everyone. We'll see which one you miss, which religious holiday you will miss.
Will I be marked afterwards?
No.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, new clause 1.4, that Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.1, bracket 14. Citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Muharram, Islamic New Year. So again, this is another significant date to Muslim people. And it's, again, the whole idea of respecting these dates when people are not really available to do citizenship ceremonies. Zahib told me this. Islamic New Year marks the migration of Prophet Muhammad and his followers from Mecca to Medina, which was a turning point in the history of Islam. Muslims use this occasion to reflect on their journey of faith, renew their commitment to God, and seek forgiveness for their sins. Islamic New Year is a time of introspection, prayer, and gratitude for the blessings of life. Overall, Islamic holidays are significant not only because they celebrate historical events or religious beliefs, but also because they offer an opportunity for Muslims to connect with their faith, their community, and their humanity. And Mumtaz told me this: recognizing these holidays would demonstrate Canada's commitment to religious freedom and respect for the diversity of its citizens. It would also be a way to acknowledge the significant contributions made by the Muslim community to Canadian society. Recognizing these holidays would enable more people to participate in the celebrations without having to miss important things. Recognizing these holidays would also promote social cohesion and unity by bringing people of different faiths and cultures together. It would provide an opportunity for Canadians to learn and promote greater understanding and respect for diversity. And I couldn't have said that better myself. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Redekop. So we have CPC Amendment 28 on the floor. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote. We will vote on CPC Amendment 28.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Sorry, Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
He said no.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. El Khoury.
No.
Mr. Miao.
Against.
Ms. Dillon.
No.
Mr. Kimmich.
Yes.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Ms. Rumpel-Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Mr. Brunet-Duceppe.
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC Amendment 28 is defeated. Mr. Kimmich.
So I have CPC Amendment number 29. And there will be a number 30 as well. And 31. And maybe
Whole,
another
like
one,
it is being distributed. Yes, please, Mr. Kimmich.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Donc, je l'ai fait dans...
Thank you. So I'm going to read it in French. That Bill S. 245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause 1.4 section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following: respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.1 15 citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Narrows.
Just Amendment CPC 29, that Bill C. S. 245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4 section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following: respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.1 subparagraph 15 citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Nowruz. And so Nowruz is the first day of spring. And I do say Nowruz because this is also considered a national Kurdish celebration, and I also chair the Parliamentary Friends of the Kurds group on Parliament Hill, which I started. And I've been a big advocate of recognition of the Kurdish people in Canada for whom they are, that they are a distinct indigenous group to the Middle East. In Kurdish mythology, Nowruz combines nature's awakening from a long, cold winter with a nation's awakening from a long life of captivity and repression. The lighting of fire, gatherings, and dancing hands in hand in Nowruz symbolizes unity, tolerance, and the victory of light over darkness. Canadians of Kurdish heritage celebrate Nowruz. They see it as an opportunity to share their rich culture with other Canadians and to keep the spirit of Nowruz alive, mainly in three ideas: and resilience. And for those who may not know, especially in the city of Acre in South Kurdistan, which is There are 4 parts of Kurdistan important here, but in South Kurdistan, which is also called Bashuri Kurds celebrated Akre, where the entire mountainsides are lit in fire, which is why fire is so important, because it's a representation also of the spring, starting of something new. So they light large bonfires, but this actually happens in all 4 regions of Kurdistan. Bakur, which is the territories in Turkey, Rojalat, which is the western provinces in Iran, and in Rojava, which is the northeast regions in Syria. So I think it's an important time of the year. There's also picnics that are planned for afterwards, but this first night is incredibly important, and it should be set aside so that Canadians of Kurdish heritage don't need to choose between attending their citizenship ceremony to swear an oath to become citizens and celebrating it with families.
Thank you, Mr. Kamich. So we have CPC Amendment 29 on the floor. Seeing no debate on that, we will go for a vote. We will be voting on CPC Amendment 29. Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. El Khoury. Mr. El Khoury.
No.
Mr. Miao.
No.
Ms. Dillon.
No.
Mr. Kamich.
Yes.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Ms. Rumpel-Garner. Yes. Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Mr. Brunel-Duceppe.
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC Amendment 29 is defeated. Mr. Redekop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have another amendment, Amendment 30, and I'll wait until it's distributed.
Mr. Kamich. Oh, Mr. Redekop, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment reads as follows. New Clause 1.4. That Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. Section 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.1, bracket 16. Citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Yalda night. This is a really important Iranian holiday, and I have 2 very good leaders in Saskatoon, Bijan and Puyan. They're very strong Iranian leaders in the community, and they're doing lots for holding up Iranian causes in Saskatoon and literally across the country. And Bijan told me this: most Iranian holidays are based on natural phenomenon, given that the Iranian calendar is synchronized with the Earth's revolution around the sun. Yalda happens when the winter solstice, which is the longest night of the year, and is a celebration of enduring and passing the longest of nights, and moving toward a future with more sun and sunlight, both literal and also a sign of moving from evil to good. And his brother Puyan said, personally, these traditions play an important role in maintaining identity and a sense of self besides their benefits. I also believe living through governments like Iran's creates a sense of distance and distrust among people. These holidays are an opportunity to heal the wounds of our relationships, practice kindness and trust, and love each other again. When I look at people's faces during these celebrations, I see decades of tiredness, of being alert and anxious. I love seeing them laugh and smile and embrace each other. It also helps that these occasions remind me of my childhood, when I didn't know how much and life was simpler and more fun. So, again, I would hope that I could find support to pass this amendment. Thank you.
Redekop. So we have CPC Amendment 30 on the floor. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote. Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote on CPC Amendment 30.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. El Khoury.
No.
Mr. Miao.
Nay.
Ms. Dillon.
No.
Mr. Kamich.
Yes.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Ms. Rumpel-Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins,
Yes.
Monsieur Brunet Duceppe. Oh. Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC Amendment 30 is defeated. Mr. Reddycop.
Thank you. I see we're getting very efficient at distributing these amendments, so I'll just pause for a moment. All right, this amendment reads as follows. New clause 1.4, that Bill S-245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity, 24.1 bracket 17, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Thai Pongal. So this is also a very important holiday, and actually I found the best description of this I actually found, and it came from Minister Hussein. And it said this: Tamils celebrate the end of the harvest season by coming together and enjoying Pongal, a sweet and savory dish made with rice and fresh milk. At the heart of Thai Pongal are the values of respect, compassion, and mutual support within families and communities, values that unite all Canadians and speak to who we are. Coinciding with Tamil Heritage Month, Thai Pongal also highlights the enduring strength and resilience of the Tamil community, while also serving as a continual reminder of the great impact they have made and continue to make. So this is an important holiday for the Tamils, and I think it's important that we recognize that and respect that as we're setting citizenship ceremonies. And just as before I finish, Madam Chair, I just wanted to mention one thing, and that is, you'll notice in this that we have not mentioned Christian holidays. And as a Christian, I can say the reason why that is, and that's simply because those holidays are already recognized, because those are on the calendar that we follow in this country. And so those ones are here, and all we're trying to do is add to those and bring some balance to all the other cultures and religions that we have in our country. And so for those of you wondering why we haven't raised Christian holidays, that's the reason why. We don't need to. They're already in the calendar, and they are respected by the department for that reason. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Reddycop. We have CPC Amendment 31 on the floor. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote. We will be voting on CPC Amendment 31. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. El-Khoury.
No.
Mr. Miao. Mr. Miao.
No.
Ms. Dillon.
No.
Mr. Kmitch.
Yes.
Mr. Redicop.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner. Ms. Rempel-Garner. Mr. Perkins.
Anytime you quote Minister Hussein, I'm a yes.
Mr. Brunet Duceppe. Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 3, nays 7.
Amendment 31 is defeated. Mr. Reddycop.
Yes, the next amendment, 32, is being distributed. I'll just pause.
Mr. Reddycop?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me read this amendment. New clause 1.4, that Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.1, bracket 18, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Puthandu, Tamil New Year. So again, this is another significant day in the Tamil calendar, something that we need to respect and be careful of as we schedule citizenship ceremonies. Puthandu is a significant celebration for the Tamil community as it marks the beginning of a new year. It is an opportunity to reflect on the challenges and successes of the past year, as well as look towards the future with hope and optimism. To mark this occasion, friends and family will come together and begin the celebration by decorating the entrance of their homes with kolams, which are designs made of colored rice flour. They will also exchange gifts and greetings, dress in new clothes, and enjoy delicious food together. So just as in the previous one, this is an important time that we must be careful to respect and make sure that we don't schedule citizenship ceremonies on these days so that we respect the Tamil culture in Canada. And I would just implore my colleagues to support and vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddycop. We have CPC Amendment 32 on the floor. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote. Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote on CPC Amendment 32.
Mr. Ali,
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal,
No. No.
Mr. El Khoury, Mr. Miao,
No.
Ms. Dillon,
No.
Mr. Kmitch,
Yes.
Mr. Reddycop,
Yes.
Mr. Perkins,
Yes.
Monsieur Brunet-Duceppe,
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 3, nays 7.
Seated. Mr. Reddycop. Mr. Kmitch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So CPC 33 will be followed by CPC 34 as well. It's being distributed, so perhaps I'll just wait a moment.
Oh, 1 second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, CPC 33, that Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. Section 24.1, subparagraph 19, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Vesak. Vesak is the most important day in Buddhism, where Buddhists in Canada and around the world will commemorate the birth, enlightenment, and the passing of Buddha. The community celebrates by going to prayer at the temple and meditate upon Buddha's teachings of kindness, generosity, peace, and compassion. It's an important day, and we should ensure that citizenship ceremonies are not scheduled on the same day when many Buddhists will be celebrating Vesak. Thank you, Chair.
So we have the CPC Amendment 33 on the floor. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote on CPC Amendment 33.
Mr. Ali,
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal,
No.
Mr. El Khoury,
No.
Mr. Miao,
No.
Ms. Dillon,
No.
Mr. Kmitch,
Yes.
Mr. Reddycop,
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner,
Yes.
Mr. Perkins,
Yes.
Monsieur Brunet-Duceppe,
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
Kmitch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is CPC 34. There is a CPC 35 and a CPC 36 as well. So CPC 34, I'll just wait till the amendment is distributed, perhaps. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Amendment CPC 34, that Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. 24.1, subparagraph 20, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Hanukkah. So just in brief, the 8-day Jewish celebration known as Hanukkah commemorates the rededication during the 2nd century before Christ of the Second Temple in Jerusalem, often called the Festival of Lights. The holidays celebrate with the lighting of the menorah, games, traditional foods like latkes, and donuts, and they're also playing games with the dreidel, which is a little instrument that you spin. It's kind of like a dice, but you get to spin it too. I think it's important that we ensure that we don't put citizenship ceremonies on days when especially practicing persons of the Jewish faith will be unable to attend a citizenship ceremony if they need to take the oath, and they would much rather spend time with their family. And Hanukkah is a very important holiday. It's one of those high holy days in the Jewish calendar. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kimmich. The Amendment 34 on the floor. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote. CPC Amendment 34. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali,
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal,
No.
Mr. El Khoury,
No.
Mr. Miao,
No.
Ms. Dillon,
No.
Mr. Kimmich,
Yes.
Mr. Redekop,
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner, Mr. Perkins,
In honor of my late uncle, Archie Krasovsky, yes.
Mr. Brunet-Duceppe,
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
Repeated. Mr. Kimmich.
So CPC 35 shall be distributed. There is CPC 36 and CPC 37. Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment CPC 35 is as follows. That Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. Section 24.1, subparagraph 21. Citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Rosh Hashanah, in brackets Jewish New Year. So Rosh Hashanah is, like I said, is a Jewish New Year according to the Jewish calendar. It does move around during the year. It's considered one of the high holy days. There's a focus on renewal and wishing for a prosperous new year. Traditions include hearing the blowing of the shofar. And for those who don't know, the shofar is a ram's horn that is pierced through, so it has a very deep, kind of long, bellowing sound. They feast together. The eating of sweet foods and the dipping of apples in honey is part of the traditions. Orthodox Jews refrain from using electricity, driving, riding, and other forms of prohibited work. Many of these are Talmudic laws as well. I think it's important that we not hold citizenship ceremonies on those days. And I will note that I think there was an election at one point that was scheduled around Rosh Hashanah, and it resulted in some areas of the country having a difficult time finding actually elections workers. So equally in this situation, I think it would be best not to have citizenship ceremonies to avoid this day so that persons of the Jewish faith can celebrate Rosh Hashanah with their families.
Thank you. We have CPC Amendment 35 on the floor. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote. We will vote on CPC Amendment 35. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. El Khoury.
No.
Mr. Miao.
Nay.
Ms. Dillon.
No.
Mr. Kamich.
Yes.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel Garner. Sorry to Mr. Perkins.
I'm sure my good friend from Toronto, Marcel Weeder, would hate it if I didn't vote yes for this. Some of you may know him. He's a good Liberal.
Mr. Brunet Duceppe.
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 3, nays 7.
CPC Amendment 35 is defeated. Mr. Kamich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just noting CPC 36 should be distributed, but there is CPC 37 and CPC 38 and CPC 39. Just let me know, Chair, when I can. Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment CPC 36, that Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4. Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. Section 24.1, subsection 22. Citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Yom Kippur. So Yom Kippur is the Jewish Day of Atonement. It falls 10 days after Rosh Hashanah. It's a solemn day spent reflecting on one's actions in the previous year and asking for forgiveness and pleading for divine mercy. Jewish law mandates a 25-hour fast from sundown to sundown and observance of a special religious service, as well as prohibition on washing and bathing oneself or wearing leather shoes. Orthodox Jews as well refrain from using electricity, driving, riding, and other forms of prohibited work. And just from that description, it would be quite difficult for one of them to make it to an oath of citizenship. It might be considered as work, and therefore they would be unable to go. And like I said, Yom Kippur is a day of atonement, but it's also a day of reflection, and it's one that's typically spent at home with family. So, Madam Chair, I don't think we should have citizenship ceremonies scheduled for that day.
Thank you, Mr. Kamich. We have CPCA Amendment 36 on the floor. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote. CPC Amendment 36. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal. No. Mr. El Khoury.
No.
Mr. Miao.
No.
Ms. Dillon.
No.
Mr. Kamich.
Yes.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Mr. Brunet Duceppe.
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
Seated. Mr. Kamich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So CPC 37, and I guess I'll have to wait for it to be distributed before I can read it into the record and explain its purpose. But so you know now, Chair, there is CPC 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42, and
43. 43.
there's a 43rd one, and that is it until we get into Clause 2. So just giving notice now, we do stop and then moving to Clause 2. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Amendment CPC 37, that Bill S245 be amended by adding, after line 18, on page 1, the following new clause. 1.4. Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following: respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. Section 24.1, subsection 23. Citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Orthodox New Year. Orthodox New Year is celebrated as the start of the New Year in the Julian calendar for Christian Orthodox, Eastern Rite Catholic, and Coptic Christian communities, and it's normally the time is normally spent with loved ones, eating traditional dishes, and spent at home. They also attend a special New Year's Day liturgy at their churches. This typically happens about 2 weeks after Christmas. I think it's on the Gregorian calendar. Forgive me if I get the calendars wrong, but it's a very important, especially Coptic celebration. Now, I just spent my weekend, especially Sunday, with the Coptic community in Montreal, and it is a very important holiday. It has been celebrated almost exactly in the same manner for over 2,000 years, including the music in their services and the practices and the liturgy is almost intact. They have not updated it in that amount of time. So if anybody's curious what the practice would have been over 2,000 years ago, the music, the liturgy, the style of the churches, the contents, and the traditions have basically not changed in that time. It's an important day, and we should not be scheduling citizenship ceremonies that would conflict with the person's religious faith and obligations to attend these liturgies at their churches. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kimmich. We have CPC Amendment 37 on the floor. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote. CPC Amendment 37. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. El Khoury.
No.
Mr. Miao.
No.
Ms. Dillon.
No.
Mr. Kimmich.
Yes.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Mr. Brunet-Duceppe.
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
The Amendment 37 is defeated. Mr. Kimmich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. CPC 38, if that could be distributed, and then I can get into the details of what it is. Thank you, Madam Chair. So to read it into the record, Amendment CPC 38, the Bill S245 be amended by adding, after line 18, on page 1, the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following: respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. Section 24.1, subsection 24, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Nowruz, Coptic New Year. Unlike Nairuz is a feast when martyrs and confessors are commemorated within the Coptic Orthodox Church. It's celebrated on September 11th. The day is both the start of the Coptic New Year and its first month, which is Tooth. I'm going to mispronounce it. Tooth, I think. And it, again, should not have citizenship ceremonies placed on the New Years of cultural significance, religious significance, to the different multicultural groups and cultural groups who are in Canada. It's just, it would be good practice to avoid those days. And this is an amendment to the Citizenship Act that would see that enshrined in law.
We have CPC Amendment 38 on the floor. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote on CPC Amendment 38. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. El Khoury.
No.
Mr. Miao.
No.
Ms. Dillon.
No.
Mr. Kimmich.
Yes.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Mr. Brunel Duceppe.
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
Amendment 38 is defeated. Mr. Kimmich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment CPC 39 should be distributed shortly. This one is a Korean holiday. Thank you, Madam Chair. So to read it into the record, Amendment CPC 39, that Bill S-245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4 Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following. Respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. Section 24.1, subparagraph 25, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Chuseok. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Chuseok, also known as Hangawi, is a major mid-autumn harvest festival in Korea. Again, Chuseok, and hopefully I pronounce it correctly, celebrates the bountiful harvest and strives for the new year to be better than the last. Koreans visit their ancestral hometowns and share a feast of Korean traditional food. We should be avoiding days of significance like this to ensure that Canadians of Korean heritage can spend it with family, but also that any new Canadians who are about to take the oath of citizenship don't have to choose between spending time with their family and going to take their oath of citizenship. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have CPC Amendment 39 on the floor. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote. We will be voting on CPC Amendment 39. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. El Khoury.
No.
Mr. Miao.
No.
Ms. Dillon.
No.
Mr. Kimmich.
Yes.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Mr. Brunel Duceppe.
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC Amendment 39 is defeated. Mr. Kimmich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment CPC 40 should be distributed now. And I'll just hold off until it is so.
I ordered some pizza for the staff, so please, it's here. Staff should have it.
That's very kind of you, Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment CPC 40, that Bill S-245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4 Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following: respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. Section 24.1, subparagraph 26, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Onam. And Onam is an annual Indian harvest festival celebrated predominantly by the people of Kerala. The purpose of the festival is to commemorate the mythical king Mahabali, celebrate the end of the monsoon season, and to welcome the harvest. And again, Madam Chair, I believe it's important that we avoid such important cultural holidays when setting days for citizenship ceremonies, so that persons don't need to choose between spending it with their families and going and taking their oath of citizenship to become new Canadians. Thank you.
Thank you. We have CPC Amendment 40 on the floor. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote on CPC Amendment 40. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Dhaliwal. No. Mr. El Khoury.
No.
Mr. Miao.
No.
Ms. Dillon.
No.
Mr. Kimmich.
Yes.
Mr. Redicott.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Ms. Sabrina Duceppe.
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
Amendment 40 is defeated. Mr. Kimmich.
So Amendment 41, CPC 41 should be distributed, and then I'll speak to it once it's in everybody's hands.
Mr. Kimmich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Amendment CPC 41, that Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 18 on page 1 the following new clause. 1.4, Section 24 of the Act is amended by adding the following: respecting holidays and days of significance to promote Canada's multicultural identity. Section 24.1, subparagraph 27, citizenship ceremonies may not be scheduled on Tet. And Tet is an important day of celebration and a time of reflection and hope for many in Asia. It's especially celebrated by many people in the Vietnamese community, and I remember growing up with many friends. And my mom's especially, a lot of her clients were either from Vietnam or they're from Hong Kong. But Tet is a chance for families and extended family members to celebrate together, give blessings of good luck, and cleansing of the bad fortune in the past. Again, it's really important for us to make sure that we enshrine this in legislation, and that we ensure that persons don't have to pick between going to the citizenship ceremony and taking the oath to become new Canadians versus spending that time with family and be able to celebrate some of their cultural inheritance and holidays that they have from their countries of origin after they come here to Canada. So I think it's important to enshrine that into law and to make sure that Tet is one of those holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Kimmich. We have CPC Amendment 41 on the floor. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote on CPC Amendment 41. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. El Khoury.
No.
Mr. Miao.
No.
Ms. Dillon.
No.
Mr. Kimmich.
Yes.
Mr. Redicott.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Oui.
Ms. Sabrina Duceppe.
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC Amendment 41 is defeated. Mr. Kimmich.
Madam Chair, I have good news. No, no, not already. We're moving on to clause 2. So if I'm not sure if at this point we need to vote on clause 1 to complete it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kimmich.
There are other amendments we'll put forward, but
Yes,
they come in the next one.
Okay. So new clause 1.4 G9. Mr. Al-Khoury, would you like to move G9?
No, we decided not to move G9, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. So do we, excuse me. So there is no. Two, as I indicated in the beginning, and NDP 13 was defeated. NDP 2 was defeated. So that's why we cannot have NDP 13 moved because of the fact that NDP 2 was defeated. It makes a reference to paragraph 3(1)(s) that would have been created by NDP 2 had it been adopted. 1 second.
Just a quick question. I have an amendment I'd like to be considered that would be after line 22. So just as a heads up.
Okay. So shall clause 2 be carried? Ms. Rampel-Gardner?
I move that Bill S-245 be amended by adding after line 22 on page 1 the following. Section 27.2 of the Act is amended by adding the following after D. E. Specifying required timelines for citizenship applications to be processed by the Department of Citizenship and Immigration to ensure reasonable timelines for applicants.
Point out, Madam the President. Madam. Wait, listen.
Yes, the interpreters do not have this amendment, so they can't interpret it. It'd be easier if they got a copy of the amendment so that everyone at home who's listening to us with interest will hear the interpretation. Thank you.
Just 1 minute. Thank you. Ms. Rempel-Garner, we will have to vote on Clause 2 and then we will come to you. So, shall Clause 2 carry? On division, okay. Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote. We are voting on shall Clause 2 carry? Okay. Thank you. Carried. Now coming to Ms. Rempel-Garner. Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the clarification on position of moving the motion. So this, for the interpreters, would be Conservative Amendment 44. So this would result in a new Clause 3. That Bill S245 be amended, that Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 22 on page 1 the following. Section 27.2 of the Act is amended by adding the following after D. E. Specifying required timelines for citizenship applications to be processed by the Department of Citizenship and Immigration to ensure reasonable timelines for applications are met. So, Chair, the rationale behind this amendment is that throughout testimony here, including throughout testimony from the department officials, particularly as it related to rationale for moving the oath of citizenship online, we have heard that there have been difficulties in meeting service standards in processing citizenship applications. This is still problematic, and I think part of our deliberations as part of this bill was some of the processing timelines that may occur given the volume of citizenship applications as well as some of the deliberations. So the purpose of this amendment is to underscore the need to ensure reasonable timelines for application processing. And again, while I have the floor, Chair, briefly, just to reemphasize that, again, when the scope of this bill was opened up for amendments, that is what we're doing. We're making rationed amendments to try and strengthen this bill and as well as strengthen the Citizenship Act. So, given the fact that this is the intent of this amendment is to ensure that citizenship applications are processed in a timely fashion, and we are enshrining such in the Citizenship Act itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rempel-Garner. Mr. Reddycop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is a really important amendment, I think, and I really support Ms. Rempel-Garner bringing this one forward. We all know that this is something that we all deal with in our offices every day, with the timeliness or lack of timeliness for processing of applications. And so it's really critical that I think that there be really specific targets that are set, and these timelines are known, and they are they're timelines that are then met by the department. And this would probably eliminate half the work in our offices and probably IRCC too if we didn't have the long times that we have right now, the long wait times. And all of us receive daily complaints about this, people that are taking months and months and months. You know, one of the hardest cases I ever had to deal with was a man in Saskatoon whose wife and young child were in another country, and he had never seen his child, who had been born since he had been in Canada, and he was waiting for the paperwork for his wife, and it had been 2 years at that point, and it ultimately took longer. So that's why I think it's so critical that we actually have these guidelines specified and the timelines defined. It's just something that's really important, and so I applaud my colleague for bringing this forward, and I think it's really something that I would implore colleagues to vote for and support as one of our amendments tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Reddycop. Seeing no further debate, we will go for a vote on CPC Amendment 44. Mr. Clerk, if you can. Mr. Clerk, if you can please take the vote on CPC Amendment 44.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. Erkubi. Mr. Miao.
No.
Ms. Dillon.
No.
Mr. Kmitch.
Yes.
Mr. Reddycop.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Absolutely.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Oui.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 5, nays 6.
CPC Amendment 44 is defeated. Now we will proceed to the new clause 3. Yeah, Mr. Kamich?
Sorry, I have CPC Amendment 45 to move, Madam Chair. It comes after line 22.
That
Is
will come
this
now?
moment?
Okay. So if CPC Amendment 45, let
Yes,
it get
Chair.
distributed. Okay, everyone has it. CPC Amendment 45. Mr. Kamich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am going to just read into the record so the public is clear of what we're trying to do here. That Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 22 on page 1 the following. Section 27.2 of the Act is amended by adding the following after, in parenthesis D, under subparagraph F, requiring that service standards of the department in managing application backlogs are tied to bonus compensation at the EX-1 and DM-1 levels and above on an annual basis, comma, where bonus compensation is withheld or wholly rescinded should the departmental backlogs exceed more than 5% of total applications. And I was trying to find on my computer here real quickly, Madam Chair, because I have the department's spending for last year on how much bonuses were paid out. And as we know, that the department's immigration backlog is about 2.1 million. It grew by about 100,000 applications during the public service strike. And right after the pandemic, it was at a high watermark since 2015 of about 2.9 million applications that were backlogged. In the Treasury Board Secretariat submission, so in the departmental plans that are submitted by the department when it tables its estimates, usually there are sections in there that refer to what are the service standard expectations, how many applications they expect to give out or complete by a certain threshold. So the department has a target for every stream, and usually they try to meet it with a fixed amount of time, 80% of the time. But that's not the experience many of us have had with our constituents. And I'd say probably 90% of the work of my constituency office in Calgary is immigration case files, and many of those are related to backlogs. Backlogs cause problems for constituents by just they mix up their lives. It delays planning for family reunification. It makes it very difficult to plan out trips for families. It's very difficult to know whether you can grow your business or not when you're still waiting for someone with a work permit. Although this is my favorite example to give, it is not a happy example. I have a constituent who about a month ago came to me, and her temporary resident visa application was from Tanzania. This application was 1,113 days in the system. I have another constituent from Nigeria. Her husband wasn't able to join her to celebrate Christmas in 2022. And every time she logged into the system, the delay kept increasing every single time. And when my constituency office and I would follow up with the agents, they were telling us that we would have to wait. And I don't think that's acceptable. In the private sector, compensation bonuses are based on performance. And the department at this level that I'm referring to, the EX1 and DM1, it's not performing up to the standard of my expectations. And so a few months ago, I had filed an OPQ in the House asking for the total amount being spent on bonuses, and it was over $30 million paid out in 2022. I don't have, sadly, the exact number before me here, but it was quite a bit of money that was spent by the department on bonuses. I would like to tie that, for the benefit of my constituents and yours, Madam Chair, I'm sure, just like every one of us around this table, to tie it to performance. I don't think that's unreasonable to do, and it's strictly on service standards, like the service standards set by RCC, nothing more. I think tying the two together would give a very strong incentive to the most senior members of the department to really drive the department towards excellence. And when you have a 2 million application backlog, when including all applications within the service standard and those way beyond the service standard, I don't think it's unreasonable to expect that bonus compensation is withheld or wholly rescinded if the backlogs exceed more than 5% of total applications. You could do it by streams, you could do it by overall numbers. I think it's reasonable to do, and I think it's time that our constituents back home see some type of accountability from this department that has, as we know, doubled its staff since 2015 and doubled its budget since 2015.
I see Mr. Perkins is on the list, but I would like to give my ruling on this amendment. Bill S245 amends the Citizenship Act to provide for the acquisition of the Canadian citizenship. This amendment, which has been moved by Mr. Kimmich, proposes to establish a review mechanism for bonuses for senior public servants at EX1, DM1, or above level. As House of Commons Procedures and Practice, 3rd edition, states on page 770, I will quote, an amendment to a bill that was referred to committee after second reading is out of order if it is beyond the scope and the principle of the bill. In the opinion of the chair, of myself, like the chair, the amendment is contrary to the principle of the bill. Therefore, this amendment is inadmissible. Mr. Kimmich.
I challenge your ruling, Madam Chair.
Okay, so it is non-debatable. Yeah. It is non-debatable. We will go for a vote. Shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali.
Who is supporting
Yes.
the chair?
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Support the chair.
Mr. El Khoury.
Yes.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Oui.
Ms. Dillon.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
No.
Mr. Redekop.
No.
Ms. Rumpel-Garner.
No.
Mr. Perkins.
No.
Mr. Brunet-Duceppe.
Oui.
Ms. Kwan.
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
Point of order. Thank you, Madam Chair. So on a point of order, it's because I think this may happen before, and so you gave your ruling without perhaps the benefit of other information, including Speaker Milliken's ruling back in 2008 on the principle versus the scope of a bill. So I just wanted to refer to that because I believe maybe one of our next amendments might cause that. And this is more information.
Like this is like not a point of order. We are going into debate. I made a ruling. That ruling has sustained. So we
So
will
when I move on to my next amendment, Madam Chair, I just want to make sure you give me a chance to explain Speaker Milliken's ruling on the principle of a bill, because I don't think your ruling is correct.
When we come to that, then we can deal with it. So based on my ruling, and the ruling is sustained, so we will move to the new clause 3. G10. Yes, Mr. Reddy.
We have 2 more amendments that we have to do here.
Before new clause 3?
After line 22.
After line 22.
Okay, so that will come before G10?
It'll be a new clause.
Before
Yes.
G10? Will it come before G10?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Reddy-Cop.
Sorry. No, sorry.
I think this one's yours.
Yes, sorry. Sorry, Madam Chair. Yes, so this amendment reads as follows. New clause 3, that Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 22 on page 1 the following.
If I can ask you to just hold so that the amendment is distributed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Amendment 46 reads as follows. New clause 3, that Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 22 on page 1 the following. Section 27.2 of the Act is amended by adding the following after Section D. Section G, prescribing the manner in which foreign credentials may be regarded as equivalent to Canadian credentials as per previously approved Acts of Parliament in a manner that may act as a step towards gaining citizenship. This is a critical part of problems that we're having in our country right now with newcomers to our country who are trained in a profession and unable to actually work in that profession. For example, doctors, nurses, engineers, and so on. And this is a perennial problem, and we've all heard of the classic doctor driving a taxi situation. When we have shortages in our country of doctors, we have shortages of nurses, for example. Yet we have many thousands of doctors and nurses who are not practicing in their field because our system doesn't allow that. And so one of the parts of that, one of the pieces of that puzzle, are the foreign credential component of that. And so what this amendment is doing is it's looking at the section of the Act that gives the minister the ability to do certain things in terms of regulations. And so what I'm proposing through this is that we would allow the minister to say what is an equivalent credential, so that if you have a certain credential from another country, for example, India, then the minister can, through proper due diligence, of course, he can actually designate that is equivalent to a certain Canadian credential. And so we think that's important, especially for the future, whether this government is able to figure that out or not. I'm not sure, but potentially there might be a future government that might be different, and that government may want to do some of these things to improve the situation. And so that's where this would be an opportunity for the minister to be able to designate equivalencies and therefore speed up the process and make it less expensive and less time-consuming for a newcomer to work in our country with the credentials that they have. So that's what this is about, and I would encourage my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddycop. We have CPC Amendment 46 on the floor. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote on CPC Amendment 46. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. El Khoury.
No.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
No.
Ms. Dillon. Mr. Kimmich.
Yes.
Mr. Reddycop.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner. Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Mr. Brunel-Duceppe.
Oui.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 5, nays 6.
CPC Amendment 46 is defeated. Mr. Reddycop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a CPC Amendment 47 that's being distributed. I'll just pause.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment, I will read it. Amendment 47, new clause 3. That Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 22 on page 1 the following. Section 27.2 of the Act is amended by adding the following after Section D. H. Overriding licensing boards under federal jurisdiction and provincial licensing boards with regards to foreign credentials, which include but are not limited to numerous fields such as medicine, nursing, pharmacology, engineering, among others, to enable immigrants to practice their professions in Canada, which may serve as a step towards gaining citizenship. Madam Chair, this is also a very significant issue in Canada right now, where again, foreign newcomers to our country have skills, they have training, they've in many cases have had years of experience in certain fields, and when they come to our country, they're told that they can't practice that profession, whether it's doctor, nurse, engineer, lawyer. There's many examples, veterinarian, and I've spoken to so many people who have literally decades of experience in certain professions, and yet the process to get licensed in Canada is so onerous. That essentially they have to start again, spend many thousands of dollars, years of education, repeating essentially what they've already learned, and not only through school, but through often many times experience. And so certainly in Canada we need to have standards. We need to have, we need to make sure that people that come here to work in those jobs have the skills required and have the education required. And that goes without saying. But at the same time, we know that there's a lot of cases where people they meet that standard, and they would meet that standard, but yet there are gatekeepers in the way. There are licensing boards. There are other boards that that restrict the adoption of people into their groups so that they cannot practice. And so what is so important, I think, is that we eliminate these gatekeepers and cause cooperation among these groups in our country so that we take advantage of the tremendous pool of labor that is just there before us. And it seems somewhat obvious to me in a case where I think most parts of the country would agree that we have a shortage in doctors, for example. And so yet we have many doctors who are trained as doctors, who may have years and even decades of experience as a doctor in another country, but because of the way that the licensing boards in Canada have set things up, they just are unable to go through the process. Either they can't get in, or the process is so onerous and time-consuming and expensive that it's just not something that they're able to do. Particularly if you're a little bit older in years and you've already gone through school and practiced as a doctor, for example, for 20 or 25 years, to be told that you need to start again as the same as a 19 or 20-year-old student and go through 5 or 6 years of education again. It's not a very attractive thing for many of these people, and I've talked to them about, and they've shared that exact thing with me. And so what this amendment would do is, again, it goes to the part where the minister is able to make regulations, and what it would allow the minister to do is to essentially force licensing boards to adopt certain standards when it comes to credentials, because sometimes the credentials is where people get tripped up. And so it lists some of the areas that this would work in, like medicine, nursing, pharmacology, engineering, etc. And so it basically gives the minister the ability to go in and write regulations that will ease the transition of newcomers to our country into the field that they're trying to work in. And so this is, again, I believe, something very important and something that needs to be done. It wouldn't necessarily be simple, and there would have to be cooperation. But I have confidence in the ability of cooperation and things like this, particularly today, right now in our country, where we have a shortage of doctors, for example. I'm quite confident that there would be a way to cooperate to make this work for all levels of government and licensing boards to work together. But if the minister had a little more power in this, I think it would be helpful. And so that's why this amendment is here. That's what I'm hoping for, and I really hope that my colleagues will support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We have CPC Amendment 47 on the floor. Seeing no debate, we will go for a vote on CPC Amendment 47. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali.
No.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
No.
Mr. El Khoury.
No.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
No.
Ms. Dillon.
No.
Mr. Kimmich.
Yes.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Mr. Brenat-Duceppe.
No.
Ms. Kwan.
No.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
CPC Amendment 47 is defeated. Now we will proceed to new clause 3, G10. Mr. Al Khoury, would you like to move G10?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment G10. However, I want to move the updated version that I believe was sent to members recently. And I would like to read it in both languages. On commence pour mon ami Alex.
I'll begin for my friend Alex. Move that Bill S-245 be amended by adding, after line 22 on page 1, the following. Coming into force, Order in Council 3. This Act comes into force on a date to be fixed by order of the Governor and Council, but no later than the 540th date after the day on which this Act receives royal assent.
English version. Moved by.
Yes, Mr. Al Khoury, just 1 second. Yes, Ms. Kwan?
Carrying on. I
Okay.
just want to get on the speaker's list. That's all.
Yes, okay.
That bill S2.
Just want to make sure that everyone has the copy of the amendment.
It was already sent, yes.
Yes, okay, please, Mr. Al Khoury.
That Bill S245 be amended by adding after line 22 on page 1 the following. Coming into force, order in council. 3. This act comes into force on a day to be fixed by order of the governor in council, but no later than the 548th day after the day on which this act receives royal assent. And I would like to give some thought about it. Madam Chair, this motion introduces a coming into force provision to set a future date when the bill will take effect, but no later than 18 months after royal assent. I think we all can understand that with all the complexity around this bill, IRCC will need time to prepare for the changes. This will help ensure orderly implementation, operational readiness, systems changes, and the development of supporting regulatory changes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Kwan and then Mr. Perkins. Ms. Kwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll be supporting G10 as a companion piece to the package here. I think that these elements are important to basically indicate how we will see the package proceed once, hopefully, when it becomes law.
Perkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I ask officials, to me, this is an unusual clause that the Governor Council would make the choice about when it's proclaimed into law. Could you tell me what the effect of this being approved would be? What would be the purpose of this?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you for the question. We had a similar provision for the legislative amendments, which were implemented in 2009 to remedy lost Canadians, as well as the overhaul of citizenship legislation that was done in 2014, 2015. And without a provision like this, when Parliament finally passes legislation, it would mean that it comes into force right away and that the department is expected to loyally implement it right away. And as I've previously testified, for a legislative initiative such as this one, to implement it smoothly, to ensure that we can process the citizenship applications of those benefiting for the bill, at a minimum, we need some IT changes to be put in place. Those generally take a year to get in place, and we typically have to develop regulations as well to support smooth implementation. The regulatory process takes a year to 18 months. So to do it within a year is considered very tight. And then alongside those critical changes to the IT and to the regulations, there are usually a whole host of other changes we need to do in parallel. We need to update our application forms. We need to update our communications and to our outreach to those who are benefiting. We need to update our policy guidelines, our training, and all manner of things to get the program ready to deliver. And so that is the purpose of having it coming into force provision. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Perkins.
The provision, you said 1 year would be tight. 18 months is enough. What happens if you're not ready after 18 months?
Madam Chair, the department has fairly significant experience in undertaking the implementation preparations that are required for a legislative initiative such as this one. And I can say in my last 15 years of implementing a number of legislative loyally implementing a number of legislative changes, we've always managed to do it within the timelines in under 18 months. Thank you.
Gerard. Seeing no further debate, we will go for a vote on G10. So, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali.
Yes.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Support.
Mr. El Khoury.
Yes.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Oui.
Ms. Dillon.
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich.
Yes.
Mr. Redekop.
Yes.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Mr. Brunet-Duceppe.
Oui.
Ms. Kwan.
Yes.
Yeas 11, nays 0.
Shall G10, so G10 is carried. Okay, Ms. Kwan.
Madam Chair, I have another item that I would like to move forward on, but I guess I should wait until this package is done first.
Yeah,
Are there any other
we have to,
amendments after
if
this?
it is not related to any amendment?
No.
Okay, no.
So when we're done with all the amendments, if I could get the
Yes,
floor.
I'll come back to you. Shall the title carry? All in favor? Title is carried.
Point of order, Madam Chair, just for process.
Mr.
Don't we need a vote on clause 3?
No, we don't.
No, we don't need a vote on clause 3?
No.
Okay.
I've checked with the legislative clerk, so
Perfect.
that doesn't happen. So Title is carried. Shall the bill as amended carry? So we will, is it on division or you want to take a vote? Okay, so we will take a vote on shall the bill as amended be carried. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Ali,
Yes.
Mr. Dhaliwal,
Yes.
Mr. El Khoury,
Yes.
Madame Martinez Ferrada,
Oui.
Ms. Dillon,
Yes.
Mr. Kimmich,
No.
Mr. Redekop,
No.
Ms. Rempel Garner,
Yes. No, sorry, no.
Mr. Perkins,
No.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe,
Oui.
Ms. Kwan.
Yes.
Yeas 7, nays 4.
So the bill is carried. Mr. Kimmich?
Yes, just on the, because I know the next question will be the shall the chair report the bill as amended to the House. That is a debatable motion, is it not? So I'm just putting myself on the list.
Okay, so we come to shall the chair report the bill as amended to the House?
And I wanted to speak to that.
Yes, Mr. Kimmich?
So the reason it's still a no, despite the fact that we have, I don't know how many hours of debate it's taken to get to this point here, I just want to make it very clear, both my position and the position of my caucus, that this was a bill that the sponsor came here and distinctly said kind of where the tracks were to go in her view, which I reiterated and spoke to her again during the clause-by-clause consideration. I just wanted to make sure I understand that we were opposed to the expansion of the scope of the bill and the votes that were held then, and that we did not want to go beyond the original scope, which was a very narrow support and help for a certain group of lost Canadians that we were trying to address. The expanding of the scope then led to our side thinking up of things we've heard from constituents and from stakeholder groups and from witnesses before the committee of important amendments that could be made, because I then considered, and I said so in the House during the debate on the tabled reports from this committee, when it was concurrence was moved, that we would consider this a statutory review. And we've tried to demonstrate that this would be what we consider a statutory review of the Citizenship Act, and therefore we would make amendments that we thought were necessary or important or address concerns we had heard in different communities. The bill, we showed some goodwill. We voted for some of the amendments, the improvements to the language that the department brought forward and said needed to be done. The difference between S230 and S245, the difference in language that needed to be brought forward. And so we decided, yes, that we would vote in favor. There were measures in there to make sure that adopted children will be treated equal to children born in Canada and children naturalized in Canada. We supported those as well. We did not support the substantial connection test being only 1,095 days, and we suggested that it should be successive or continuous days. We really thought that it could have been toughened up with some prohibitions on persons who had been convicted for crimes with 2 years plus a day on there. It would have strengthened the bill, and then a substantial connection clause we could have voted for, especially if there were more days. And there was much unpleasantness, I'll have to say, in May, unfortunately, during those breach of privilege debates that we had to have at this committee. I will remind also you, Chair, and others at the committee that I had proposed a motion that would have seen us deal with amendments at table by May 15th for other parties to submit them, now that the scope had been expanded. And I know this was a long and arduous process, but I think we've learned more about the Citizenship Act than any of us on this side, on that side, probably knew. I have copious notes now, and I probably understand the Citizenship Act better than I ever wanted to. And now when somebody comes up to me from my caucus and has a question or a bright idea, I will use the content from this meeting here to dissuade them from touching this act and making further amendments, because I realize how simple it is to lose entire groups of Canadians and make more lost Canadians in so doing. I hope we've also demonstrated the fact that we can be reasonable and can proceed to quick votes when necessary, when time is of the essence. And when we were making a point that the way May went down was, in my view, still not acceptable, and that we all take this back in the other committees or this committee that we may serve on, that this doesn't happen again. When the sponsor of a bill asks that we not affect the contents of the bill, the substance, the scope, and the principle, that we leave it intact, and that we just have a simple up or down vote on whether we support the bill as is. It's just a courtesy to our colleagues not to, what I will call, and I'm going to call it again, vandalizing their bill. I've used that language. I will continue to use that language. I'm sure at report stage and at third reading of the bill, then it'll go to the Senate, because the witness testimony that was heard at the Senate committee was that if amendments were to be made that would delay the passage of this bill, that it should just be passed in the original. There was a certain gentleman who said that repeatedly. I actually have the witness testimony from that committee, S230, when it was being debated originally. But now that there are amendments very likely to pass through, this bill will likely go back to the Senate, and that could be as late as perhaps the fall or late fall or into the spring session, and who knows if there will be election then. So I'm just laying out the concerns I have with the way this has been done. This bill could have been passed way back in May, I'm convinced of it, and could have been royally assented to, and then we could have worked on a different piece of legislation, or a member could have tabled a different bill that could have been considered, not myself, because I drew third from last in the private member's bill draw. I will note, for all of our benefits, that senators seem to be able to legislate faster than members of parliament, because we only get one chance from one draw in each parliament, while senators can keep drafting new bills and expediting them through the Senate if they can convince their colleagues. So I just think there's a certain measure of unfairness that has now been built up in our system, where members of parliament get to legislate less quickly, less easily than senators can, and senators don't have an elected mandate from the public to push the bills that they push. Nevertheless, they are nominated and they are appointed by the Governor General upon the advice of the Prime Minister. So they can do work like this S245. So I just wanted to lay that out, because I've seen a few articles use the F word, and people know how much I love that word because I've used it at other committees. It's not the one you think, it's the filibuster word. But we have not done that. We have asked questions to wonder about the contents of the Citizenship Act, the impact on different groups of lost Canadians. We also had structural amendments we wanted to do to the Citizenship Act that we have proposed and laid before the committee, that unfortunately none of our amendments passed, even though I heard some of them the content was quite good and could form part of future private members' bills that any member can pick up and reuse. So I just want to make sure that members remember that. And that the vice chair of this committee and I can be merciful when we want to be merciful, and allow things to continue and proceed to business. And Madam Chair, there are a group of hopeful Canadians out there, international students, who really need our time and our efforts, and I really hope that this committee is going to go do that. But at the state of this bill right now, I know I'm going to have a very tough time presenting this back to my caucus to convince them that we got something in it, because there's nothing in here that I can really point to, and convince them that this bill is the same substance as it was before when it came to this committee, intact. And that is a concern to me, that this might happen to any one of us with our bills in the future, where the content might be deleted and replaced with things we don't agree with. But then it kind of looks silly when you're the sponsor of a bill and you're wanting to have to either vote against it or your colleague's bill, just because the content has been drastically changed from the original. So I want to put that on the record, Madam Chair, because I'm sure there'll be journalists who want to refer to this. And I want to refer to it too, and send them the clip. That way they can answer all of their questions on our feelings and thoughts of the process up until this point. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, Ms. Rempel-Gardner.
I echo my colleagues' comments. I won't repeat them ad nauseum, particularly on there were good amendments in this process, as my colleague, Mr. Kamek, said, on strengthening the language and also with regard to adoption. But I just want colleagues, I want to emphasize that this is an exercise on how to not approach private members' legislation for a reason. And if the government members find themselves on this side of the table, what happened here, you do not want to be part of that. And I'll tell you why. What happened here was, instead of the government proposing, the government has had 8 years to propose the types of amendments in here, and they chose not to. Number one. And the scope that was proposed in here was so beyond the original private member's bill that it really should have been government legislation or another private member's bill. But what happened was the committee, the NDP and the Liberals, decided to override the standing orders and the procedures on how we dispose and dispense with private members legislation to expand the scope because that didn't happen. And what happens to my colleagues, particularly in the government party, what happens is then as legislators, you're sitting here dealing with amendments that are really significant that we haven't had witness testimony to and we haven't had departments testify to as well. The other concern that I want to just reemphasize in the deliberations on this bill and why it was so important to scrutinize these amendments was the leaks that happened, the breach of privilege, the fact, and I understand that there are passionate stakeholders on this, but they're not elected officials. And they may have opinions on this issue, but they're not representing the hundreds of thousands of people that we represent. And therefore, there should have been decorum and due process put in place, and due process wasn't followed in this instance. So, you know, there's a lot. We came into this all in agreement on passing this bill expeditiously as it was in the Senate. My sense is that that is not going to be the case when it inevitably returns to the other place. And I think that's unfortunate. I think what's happened here is this is now a piece of legislation that is going to likely, not at my request or anything, but it's going to face more scrutiny and more hold-ups, probably because a couple of well-intentioned people thought that they could break the rules and play fast and loose with the rules. And that's really unfortunate because the substance either should have been in a government bill or not taken this way. So to those people who are listening, if that happens, it's because the rules weren't followed. And the original deal and the original spirit of this bill was broken by an overreach. And I find that really disappointing. And I think that is, you know, has potentially negative outcomes for a lot of people. So no, I also echo my comments to my colleagues that this should not be reported. Thank you.
Mr. Reddycop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind everybody, too, that the original intent of Yona Martin when she put this bill forward was to try to avoid the problems that had happened in the past. In the past, this bill, a very much similar bill, has come forward. And what has happened in the past is, as we know, there's different categories of lost Canadians. And each category of lost Canadians requires a certain correction or fix or repair to the Citizenship Act in order to bring those lost Canadians back in as Canadians. And so each of them stands on their own. They're very complicated. It's very complex. The Act is actually very complicated, as my colleague Tom has said. You really need to understand. It's very difficult to understand, and I thank very much our officials for providing that knowledge, because it's very hard to understand how this affects that and everything. And so when you have a bill that changes that, it's very complex. And so when you try to solve, 1, 2, 3, or 4 different problems, you end up with that many chunks of words, of amendments to the Act that all impact different parts of the Act. And so it gets very complicated. Lots of questions have to be asked, and it's not something that's simple to do. It takes a lot of time, first of all, just to draft it and get it written properly, but then it takes a lot of time here to deal with. And so this was the whole point of why these bills have failed in the past, because the process required when you do that sort of a thing takes a long time. You can't just simply, have a meeting and explain it and it all makes sense, everybody votes and it's done. It's not like that, because there are so many pieces to this puzzle, and they're all very complicated, and they all need to be double checked, because the whole reason that we're here is because previous changes to the legislation have been made, and unknowingly there were unintended consequences. And so because proper due diligence wasn't done, I'm sure the people that did it did their best, but they could have asked more questions, because they obviously missed things, and those things then resulted in what we refer to as lost Canadians. And another way to refer to that is unintended consequences of a bill. And so what has happened since then is that there's much more scrutiny being put to citizenship changes for that very reason, because we don't want to create new unintended consequences. And so bills have failed in the past because they extend too long, they require too much study, and being in a minority situation, inevitably we aren't able to go with the full 4 years, and so then an election happens and that's the end of the bill. And so that's happened before. So that's why when Ms. Martin decided to bring this bill forward, she wanted to take a different approach because she was unhappy with the fact that this had failed. And in fact, constituents who spoke with her relayed that concern, that this approach hasn't worked. And so a new approach is required. And so that's where her idea came to. Let's just take one of these groups, one of the larger segments of this group of lost Canadians, and let's just try to fix one thing that would be quite simple and would, it's not that it would be simple, that's not putting it right. It's that it would be limited. And so the explanations, while complex, would be somewhat limited. And so it wouldn't take, 8 meetings to figure it out. You could do it in 1 or 2. And so to that end, that's what she decided to do. And it had the bonus effect of the same exact issue had been talked about in the Senate before. And so for her, to her advantage, the Senate didn't actually need to restudy it again because they had already studied exactly that thing. And so she was able to move it through the Senate very quickly because the Senate agreed that since there had been no changes to the original bill, to the previously studied bill, they didn't need to restudy it again. And so they agreed with Senator Martin to just pass it through the Senate to the House. When it arrived at the House, what could have happened, what I've before described as track A, was we could have brought it here. We could have asked the hard questions that needed to be asked on this particular group of lost Canadians. We would have been done by now, I guarantee it, because it's, as I said, even though the questions are complicated and the answers are difficult to explain, it's a very limited segment of information that was required. We would have had that information. We would have asked the questions we needed to. We would have made sure, and actually the department had some good suggestions for wording, language changes to Ms. Martin's bill that we agreed with to make sure that the exact correct words were there and there would be no further unintended consequences. And so that was all done, and that would have been completed, and it would have been through this committee many weeks ago, and it would have been back to the House, and all that would have been required is a vote, and it would have become law. It would have been the law of the land probably by now. That was track A. That was the track we were on. That was the whole logic of what Ms. Martin had planned as a different approach to this problem and a different approach to this legislation actually getting it through the system. So that was the plan. That's how it would have gone on track A. But what really happened, as we know now, is that the government and the NDP got together and decided they wanted to try track B, which just so happens to be the same track that was tried before. And we know the result before. The result before was it didn't get through because it was too complicated. And we had people tell us, and we know from the previous Senate testimony that constituents said, if this is going to get overly complicated, if that means that it's not going to pass in time, we would rather have at least one piece of it dealt with, and then we can come back and deal with the other later. That was the testimony of people, and that was certainly the testimony of the sponsor of the bill. She specifically requested for us that we do not expand this so as to slow it down. That was her main request. Just leave the bill as it is so that we do not slow it down. We do not conflate different issues that will add time and cause this bill to fail again. So unfortunately, that's the track we're on, because not only did it take longer for us to process and analyze all these issues here in this legislation here and make sure that there were no unintended consequences, but the real sad part is that now it'll eventually make its way back to the Senate because it's not in the same form as when it was sent from that place. And so now what's going to very likely have to happen there is the Senate will look at this and say, well, this isn't what we agreed to. It's not the same thing. What are all these changes? And they are going to have to study this bill. And the way the timing goes on these kinds of things, it's not something that happens, next week or tomorrow. This could take a long time before it actually gets the chance to be talked about in the Senate and referred to committees there. And so this potentially adds many months to this process. And this is the danger that we spoke of at the very beginning of this process when, as my colleague Mr. Kmitsch said, the bill was vandalized, because we had warned about this, that besides taking longer to get through the House of Commons, it's going to be studied in great depth again at Senate, and there will be many questions with potentially further amendments at Senate that then have to come back. Like it just adds. It could have been done. Track A, it could have been done. Track B, it's a bunch of uncertainty, I guess. It's going to extend it for months, guaranteed. And in this environment of a minority government, you never know when an election could be called. And should an election be called, all of this work is for naught, and it'll all get thrown out, and some future parliamentarian will have to address this and start this again. Which raises another good question, and that is, if there were further amendments that the government was so intent on doing, why did they not just introduce a bill? They could have left this bill dealing with this piece of the puzzle, let it go through and be done with it. The other changes that the government wanted to make could have been introduced in another bill. It would have very much been in the scope of the minister, the immigration minister, to do so. And the government has the ability to control the agenda and to put bills through the House of Commons. This would be quite a logical and sensible way to do this, so that we would both preserve what Ms. Martin had intended on hers and put the government changes through on their own bill. Because what the government's had to do is vandalize this bill. And I think what we always have to remember is that we as parliamentarians, we have few tools to legislate, but one of them is private members' bill. And when we put forward a private members' bill, the intention is that is our ideas being communicated, that those are the things that we want to do, and we are putting those forward to Parliament to be voted on. When the government comes along and says, essentially delete everything and replace it with what we want, it's no longer our bills. And I don't think there's any of us around this table, or any of us in the House or the Senate for that matter, who want that approach. We all want to retain the right to push through our legislation the way we envision that legislation. The government should not be able to take over our private members' bill, throw out what we want, and put in what they want. And that's what's happened here. So that's another significant, I think, abuse of a private member's bill, and it's not something that we should think lightly about. This has huge implications for precedents as well, because if the government did it here, you can guarantee that this case will be referred to in the future, and they will talk about what happened at this committee, and they will use it as a precedent to destroy some other future parliamentarian's bill. I can assure you that is going to happen. And that's very disappointing. And it's disappointing that I have to be a part of that, because that's not something that I see as a good precedent in our country. So I really am disappointed, I guess, is the best way to put it, in the process that's happened here, in the way that the government has taken this bill, put in these changes, and frankly taken advantage of a private member's bill of a fellow parliamentarian, rather than doing the work that they should have done on their own, which is to produce their own bill to make the changes that the government wants to change. And so I guess that summarizes my thoughts on this, and I'll allow someone else to speak on it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Redekop. Ms. Kwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll just be very brief to say that when the Bill S245 was tabled, I did actually have a chance to meet with Senator Martin, and I had indicated to her my intentions of expanding the bill beyond the scope to which it touched on. The senator actually made it clear to me that as long as I had the minister's support, that I would have her support as well. That, of course, changed in the last minute because later on I was advised that she would no longer be able to proceed with that out of respect for her conservative parliamentarians. So Anyway, I just want to set the record straight in terms of the process that I did embark on. Anyway, we are here where we're at. We've gone through this several rounds. I don't want to prolong this, but I just want to get that on the record.
Thank you. Mr. Perkins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a relatively new member of Parliament, the class of 2021, so learning the ropes over the last 2 years on the private members bill process. And while I'm in 132nd on the list, I've worked on a number of issues. That's better than you, better than Tom too, I guess. I've worked on a number of ideas I've had, not in the space of the Citizenship Act. Found it to be a challenge to work within the confines of the process, and I'm learning, of course, that the narrower you make your idea, first of all, the more likely it is that you can actually get something drafted. Even getting something drafted seems to be a bit of a challenge if you are overly ambitious and try to fix a number of things at once. And then, of course, there's always the question of whether it is or is not a money issue. In my case, I've been dealing with something about RIFs and whether or not that's deferred income or tax that they would get. I won't bore you with all of that right now. But while I'm relatively new as a member of Parliament to this process, some people, at least one at the officials table, knows that I served some time in government as a staffer when I was much younger and had a lot more hair. In my 20s, during the Mulroney government, I worked with a minister. Back then, you went around with your minister through the departments.
Sorry for interrupting, Mr. Perkins. If I would request you to please keep your comments to S245, like whether the bill can be reported to the House as amended. So please keep your remarks just on that.
Sure, I am in the context of the bill and whether or not the issues that were put forward by the author of the bill were respected by the process in expanding its scope, and the role of the government in choosing when it should bring in its legislation and when it should insert itself into perhaps minor technical corrections and wording or legalese in a private member's bill versus what's been done to this bill, which is, in my mind, changed the nature of the bill quite a lot. And when you're in government, as my government members know, on the other side, you see an area that needs addressing, and this area of lost citizens has been something that has been around for a while, and clearly something the government could have taken and should have taken its own initiative on to craft it in a way that was not trying to put a square peg in a round hole, but drafted in the way the government would see that would work, that would give them the time to set it up properly and changing the act, and give them the time to properly set the systems and everything else up and understand and do the proper consultation in drafting the bill. That process, I know from my time as a legislative assistant, can be arduous, but the government's been in power for 8 years and has had lots of opportunity to do that.
Out of scope, so please keep your remarks to this bill S245. Otherwise, I will have to cut you off.
This is not out of scope, with respect, Madam Chair, because I'm speaking to the issue of the scope of the bill and what's been done to the bill and why it should not be reported back to the House. And it should not be reported back to the House because it goes far beyond the original intent of the author, the sponsor of the bill, and she's made that clear to this committee. Now, I think as part of understanding and discussing whether or not this bill should be reported back, it's totally appropriate to look at the areas where the government expanded the scope of this bill and chose this route to change, in my view, the very nature of the bill versus the government's option to bring in their own bill, which they chose not to do. And they, in this process, rejected a number of important improvements since they broadened the scope of the bill. They had an opportunity with some of the amendments to talk about and expand the issue of the process, which one goes through a citizenship process and oath, which is incredibly important. It's not just some sort of bureaucratic paperwork type of thing that says, you know what, we have a backlog that's doubled under our government, so we'll just try and figure out ways to speed it up, make it all virtual, take the magic of that most important day in a person's life out of that and say, just sit at home in the computer and swear in if the technology works. That these things could have been addressed as well, since the government chose to go at it, but they chose not to continue to look at ways to make sure that it was required that these most significant ceremonies be done in person, that the ceremonies be known publicly about when they were done, that members of Parliament be invited to all of those, members of Parliament who have managed to go those very moving ceremonies. That's not possible when it's done in a virtual situation where the people may not even be in the same city, the citizen court judge and the individual being sworn in. It diminishes and cheapens the process. So if the government felt this was the way to go, then they sure proved it through this process. But the main issue is, why did they not pick take the opportunity that the government has to create their own legislation and draft it specifically into what the government needed? That is a process. I was taught how to do it. My colleague, Mr. Redekop, talked about the law of unintended consequences. In fact, the deputy minister I was referring to earlier, Arthur Kroger, who I worked in employment and immigration on, he was our deputy minister, taught me about the legislative planning process and how the primary job of drafting legislation of the department is to figure out the law of unintended consequences, because every piece of legislation has those things you're trying to do, but has impacts on things that you necessarily cannot anticipate. And so we spent, on that case, on a bill that changed the Employment Insurance Act, or Unemployment Insurance Act as it was known then, we spent a year working on the scenarios of unintended consequences to the bill. But that's why you don't come in at the last minute into a private member's bill and try and insert things that are beyond the scope, in my view, again, of the bill, without doing all the proper work in advance, which could take a year, 2 years, which this government's had 8 years to do, to think of all those things of unintended consequences and how that will impact people, how people will do things and react to the law in a way that you did not expect. And that takes a lot of work and due diligence. And I don't think amending a private member's bill shows that the government had much forethought in how to go forward with a comprehensive review of the Citizenship Act and ensuring that it achieved everything that it wanted to achieve. In this case, since it was opened, as we said, we proposed a number of things that the government chose to ignore, and the original author may now see the bill delayed extensively because we are 1-2 weeks left in the House before the summer break. Of course, there are lots of rumors about things that might happen, as there always are, during the summer, including possible prorogation.
Cabinet shuffle.
A cabinet shuffle as well, yeah. Well, we know, it seems pretty evident that there's going to be a cabinet shuffle, but in the issue going forward of the time left for the Senate to deal with the amendments of this bill, it's highly unlikely that this is going to make it through in time. And who knows what the fall will bring, if it's a speech from the throne and whatever electoral fortunes may face us. And as a result of all this bill that could have been through the system with a quick resolution and passage through the House as we've done. I sit on the industry committee as well, and we passed 3 private member bills through our committee in the space of 1 month because we all worked together and the government didn't make major changes. They made minor legal changes to try and make sure those bills complied with CUSMA. So in this case, the substantive changes, changing the nature of the bill, are causing this to end up in a sort of legislative loop that means that the lost citizens may yet again get let down by this Parliament by not addressing their needs. And this process takes years. So I would ask the government if they would clearly rethink their approach, go back to the drawing table, agree with us that the bill should not be reported back, come back with a proper piece of legislation to do the things that they want, and leave this bill alone, or take the choice at further stages in the House to correct the mistakes that they've made by expanding this bill. So, again, we haven't thought through, and I don't think the government has thought through all the things that these amendments will make. So I would ask that the chair not report this back to the House so that the government can do its homework in the proper way by introducing a proper bill fixing the things that the government wants to fix in the Citizenship Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. I have 2 people on the speaking list. I will just suspend the meeting for a minute and come back. Okay? So the meeting is suspended. On the list, Ms. Rempel Garner.
I just briefly, Chair, wanted to point out in response to Ms. Kwan's comments that we didn't have the opportunity to hear from Senator Martin on the assertions that Ms. Kwan made because of the way that the bill was dispensed with, in that the motion that was passed that opened up the scope, we didn't have an opportunity for witnesses, and that's exactly why we have these rules. So we have a colleague here making assertions about a colleague from the other place when she did not have the opportunity to come here. And I would just ask that perhaps her motives or whatever she said or didn't say not be put on the record or considered on the record, given that we didn't have the opportunity to question her. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kamich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of points that were made by Ms. Kwan. I guess it was the short point about the intentions or the views of Senator Yoda Martin. It's commendable that the member reached out to our colleague from the Senate when the bill was tabled, and that she met with Senator Yoda Martin, and that she said that her views had changed between then and I guess now at some point. But that's not comparable to us who sit with our senator. We sit with our Senate colleagues in all of our meetings. I know that's different for most caucuses, but our senators are involved in everything that we do with regular reports in caucus. They listen to the whole debate and they get to participate in it. So they are equal members in our national caucus. I should know, I chaired the national caucuses of the Conservative Party during the pandemic, and then just a little bit, I'd say, a little bit before the pandemic started, a little bit after the pandemic. Her views did not change. I thought she was very clear when she came before committee, which was the substance of S245 that was taken through the Senate so quickly, which was based on a common understanding among senators that the substance of the bill was the same as S230. And that's why Senator Martin was able to convince her Senate colleagues to expedite the bill quickly, and as well within our own caucus to convince the caucus that the substance there had not changed, and therefore this bill should be pushed through because it was essentially the same as before. Now that is, you can't interpret every conversation you have as a permission slip for any action to be taken. And I did follow up, and I have followed up repeatedly with the senator in question, and also with the House of Commons sponsor of the bill, who was my predecessor on this committee, as well, about their intentions concerning the contents of the bill. So, it's just important. When I spoke before, I just wanted to lay out at this final stage of the bill to ensure that we have a common understanding of how we got to the point with some of the unpleasantness, but also some of the work that we've done in an agreement where we agreed on certain amendments to be passed. Again, one-off discussions don't compare to being in the same caucus room, and I know that's different for certain caucuses that don't have senators who sit with them regularly, but in this case, we do, and I believe we've reflected back both Senator Martin's understanding when she left this committee as a witness testifying here, and two, we have been constantly able to speak to her about both stakeholder relations, the contents of the bill, certain amendments to be considered. And like my colleague, Mr. Perkins, said, when all of us are drafting bills, the tighter your bill, the simpler it is, the more likely you are to get consensus from more people. When bills are changed at committee stage, and it happens, and I agree, I'm sure if there's another IRPA bill, or maybe the government will have a Citizenship Act amendment bill at some point, or a modernization, like they like to call it, bill come before. I'm sure there'll be amendments done by the committee that may result in us having to return to our caucuses to get a review or to get agreement on it. But that is how my caucus works, is that a substantively modified bill, seriously amended, like this S245 will be, should we report it back to the House, will require us to go back to caucus. And we have a caucus meeting tomorrow. I think all of us are caucus meetings tomorrow. So I was wondering, Madam Chair, whether you'd be willing to perhaps suspend the meeting, meet tomorrow at 3:30. I could take it back to my caucus, and I could therefore get direction tomorrow morning from my caucus team and the Senate caucus members as well on the Conservative side. And I could come back to the committee here, and either we could expedite it or we could maybe do reconsideration, but I would hope we could expedite it. And I hope my caucus would give me very clear direction. But that is how we work. We have a consent system. We have caucus advisory committees. I don't think that's a big revelation to anybody out there, but there's a substantial amount of consultation that every shadow minister has to do on their file, and every sponsor of a private member's bill or a Senate bill has to do. And so the substance has changed. The scope is much beyond the original version that came to this committee. At least on one of those matters, the adoption clauses, we did agree with them, and I'll stand by those votes. I thought we voted wisely to expand it there. But I think, Madam Chair, it would be perhaps better for us, because it is late, and I know this committee has met extensively on Monday. I was not here on Monday. Forgive me for that. It was my oldest son's junior high graduation, and so that's one of those things you can't miss, especially when it's your first one that's graduating. I could not miss that. So I was present for that, but that would be my suggestion if you could take it under advisement, and I'll stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Redekop, and congratulations to you on your son's graduation. I will be heading to my younger son's graduation next Tuesday at McMaster, and it will be first one for us as a family because the elder one graduated during the pandemic when there were no graduations. So he graduated from Ryerson. So Tuesday, while me and my husband are heading to McMaster for the graduation of my son, he became a mechanical engineer. So I have two more people on the speaking list, Mr. Redekop and then Mr. Brunel Dessep. Mr. Redekop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just curious, my colleague, Mr. Kmitch, asked you about suspending and resuming tomorrow. Is that something that you would consider doing? Just a quick question for you. Okay. All right. I wanted to address as well the changes made to this bill when we were starting to run into a time crunch in May, and so the committee requested of the House an extension of time, which I think was a reasonable request. Along with that request for an extension of time was also an extension to expand the scope, and I think this is one of the places where we ran into trouble, and as I've spoke before, but I just wanted to reiterate some of the implications, I guess, of that change to expand the scope, because I've spoken before, and I won't repeat it, about how it changed the direction of the bill from track A to track B. But the other thing that it did is that it opened the door.
1 second.
Yes. Can we all see?
That's okay.
It opened the door to expanding the scope. It opened the door to doing many different things to the bill. And so the government had their ideas on how they wanted to change the bill, and the NDP had their ideas on how they wanted to change the bill. The Bloc, I think, just wanted to get past the bill, and we had our own ideas of how we wanted to change the bill. And by opening up that the scope of the bill, we kind of took it as a statutory review, and I think essentially that's what was happening with the members of the government and NDP as well. And so by doing so, it really caused us to step back and say, okay, if we have the option and the ability to actually make changes in this legislation, this very complicated Citizenship Act, what are the things that we've been hearing? And so that's where we were able to go back to our offices, to constituents who had spoken with us, to stakeholders who had contacted us, and really go through and look at those things that had been on the priority list of if you could fix the Citizenship Act in one way, what would it be? That's essentially the question. And so out of that discussion came the suggestions that we made. And so, I think people need to understand that when this bill's scope was opened up, it presented an opportunity to fix multiple things that were wrong in the system. And so that's what the members of the government chose to do, that's what NDP chose to do, and that's what we chose to do. And so when we got to our amendments, that's what they were. They were sensible amendments that were drawn from the suggestions and thoughts that we and our constituents had, so that we could improve and fix things. And of course, in the same vein, we didn't want to have any unintended consequences in those amendments, and so we were careful to draft them in such a way that they wouldn't do that. But that's really that's really the result of that. It was to have the what we call the statutory review, which is essentially what was happening. And then the other thing I wanted to touch on related to that, because it still could have gone easier than it did. And my colleague, Mr. Kmitch, made a very reasonable proposal, a motion, and that is that given that we were expanding the scope and given that we were expanding the time, let's have an extra, I think at that time it was 2 weeks, to submit the amendments that we want to submit. And of course, that motion was not approved. So therefore, we were not able to do that. And as a result, we had to take more time here because we had to provide our amendments one by one as we went, which made more work for the clerks and everybody around the table. But if we had done that, if we had accepted that very reasonable motion of Mr. Kmitch back in May, we wouldn't have had this issue. The other issue that I just want to touch on in that same line of thinking is the fact that there was a breach of privilege when an amendment that had been shared in confidence with members was actually shared outside of this room and shared very explicitly and in a very detailed way with members of the public. And that is another reason why there was great hesitation to submit amendments that we had, because the risk of those being put out there in the public, we weren't sure what was going on with the committee and who was supplying that information to others. And so that was another reason why this took longer than it needed to, because there was a lack of trust, I think, in how that happened. And I'm not sure we ever quite got to the bottom of that, but we need to just ensure, number one, that doesn't happen again. But it's a disappointing thing, I guess, that happened. And of course, it's a well-established principle of parliamentary privilege that certain things are allowable and certain things aren't, and that was one that was. So I just wanted to add those things to the record about, some of the reasons why we ended up where we did on this. And I'll leave it at that for the moment, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Redekop. Mr. Brunel de Sepp.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we have the room until 9 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. So I have 5 minutes. Could we vote on reporting this to the House, or should we vote on suspending the meeting? I've finished my intervention, Madam Chair.
I have one more person on the speaking list, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a little bit of a follow-up, if I could, to, I think, at the beginning of Mr. Radekop's question, and which was a follow-up to Mr. Kmitch's question about suspending until tomorrow. And because we had made more than 40 amendments, Mr. Kmitch referred to our caucus process. That was one of the revelations when I got elected here. I thought the caucus part of the whole process would be 2 hours a week. I could never get back, but it turned out that our process, anyway, I don't know how it is for the other caucuses, is a lot different than I expected, in the sense that any motion or issue or bill, private member's bill, that goes before Parliament from this place or the other place, the shadow minister, and I'm the shadow minister for industry, has to set up what we call a caucus advisory committee, which was referenced, which is basically inviting all your caucus members to a discussion on that issue, to discuss the bill, the proposal, and what the shadow minister may or may not think, and also have a discussion about what we think our position should be. That discussion then goes through a type of cabinet process. We have shadow cabinet committees where shadow ministers sit on in various areas, economic policy, social policy, and the relevant shadow minister has to take that caucus input on that bill or legislation, as was the case in this one, to that shadow cabinet committee and have yet another discussion about the bill and what caucus recommended. And sometimes that process reconfirms what caucus advisory committee wanted. Sometimes it modifies it or alters it, and then it then goes on to a meeting of our leadership team, which is, the equivalent of the cabinet's P&P process. So like the cabinet committee process, and I think it was Ronna Ambrose, when she was leader, that set this process up for us that we still follow, is then discussed at at that committee, and not unlike the cabinet process, that PNP may choose to do something different or may choose to ratify it or alter it at that discussion. And then it goes to full caucus, believe it or not. And the shadow minister who presented it originally has to present it to all a caucus. And we then have a caucus discussion and debate about that recommendation and actual vote. So everything we do goes through that process, including a vote. And so when there is a substantial change to what we approved originally, whether it's a private member's bill, a motion, or a government bill that happens through the committee process, we're obligated as shadow ministers to bring that back to full caucus, to have a discussion and debate about what we think the caucus and the team, this is a team sport after all, what the team should be doing. So because the alterations to this bill are so significant, that would require us, we're lucky in that it's Tuesday. And we've missed some of the other elements, but we do all have caucus tomorrow, so our shadow minister could make a presentation to caucus tomorrow on the tomorrow morning on what's changed and get a feedback from the caucus on the position for reporting back and the vote and what our position would be on reporting back to the House and going forward to third reading. And if I do recall, Madam Chair, I think, while you may not have said it, you seem to have nodded your head when Mr. Redekop asked if you would consider suspending and following up on Mr. Kamich's idea that we suspend and come back, if possible, tomorrow after the caucus process. So that would mean after question period tomorrow, and reconvene so that we could, with our proper caucus input of our 118 or so colleagues. Well, I guess I'm not so good at math tonight. Less those present. Do have the input of those caucus colleagues and instructions that we could bring back to the table tomorrow if that were possible. So, Madam Chair, I would like to sort of follow up on the two previous comments of whether that nodding was agreeing that we could adjourn tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. We don't have the I have still people on the speakers list. And we do not have the services available after 9 p.m. It's 9:02. So I will suspend the meeting. Thank you to everyone for your patience. The meeting is suspended.